It's the CalebDMTG show.
Let's get into it. Well, computer's already barely visible. I actually like things a little bit brighter. I'm just gonna like leave it at where it was. The current time. I can do that. If you're in a different time zone, this is going to break your immersion. Never the end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job.
Let me know if this volume's alright, or if it's too loud.
His desk in room 427, and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
I played the original
Orders
version.
came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee
not completely blind now.
did every day of every month of every year.
I haven't seen the Ultra Deluxe gameplay though.
Considered it soul-lifting, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
You have to touch quiet.
And Stanley
Okay.
was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never
Not
in
even
all
close to
his years
first.
at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, I'm going to adjust the volume slightly. Not in game, that'd be too easy. Yeah, so I played this game, the original game, not when it first came out, but like several years after the fact. I heard about it and was like, oh shit, that seems like my kind of jive. And the original was like really cheap on Steam at the time, and I enjoyed it. The Ultra Deluxe apparently like doubles the amount of content that's in the game and updates some things. So far, it seems exactly the same, but that fits, that follows. Do you hate Mondays, chat? The mug hates Mondays.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, at the meeting room. That mug also hates Mondays.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But
Yeah, take
Stanley
that, narrator.
didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, Well, from here it's left.
Okay.
Oh no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Holding.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Ah!
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
All right.
All
We'll
of
do
his
better this
co-workers
time.
were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
mean?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Should we go right again? No. We've already done that. I can't get through here. Can I get over there through here? I've defeated you, chair. Yeah. Do. Looking for
I'll
a
say it,
story.
this is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
You wrote this shit.
Do we need to restart the game again?
No,
I
there's
find it
something.
unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
All right. Might as well check it out. Nothing better to do. Coffee spilled. Surname access. I can't read that font. It's too small for my terrible eyes.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes.
Here we go. Here we
No,
go.
wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
In fairness to the narrator, I thought we'd found it too. Oh my. Oh,
Now
this is...
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yeah!
Congratulations!
Woo!
I know you put
Well,
in
that's a
a lot of
speed
hard
run.
work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
What's up, Games with Legends?
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
What?
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh, it's so simple. This game got a lot better with the introduction of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Nope. Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Now that's adventuring music. Wow, Argly Pup. Wow.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Oh!
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
All right, chat. You gotta help me remember this specific fern. We've got a very reliable narrator telling us that this fern's gonna be important. We gotta study every detail, every last detail. Screenshot it? No, that's cheating. That's cheating. He said to use your memory. We gotta use our special eyes. That's how you play the game. Screenshot. Ha! You can take a quick sketch if you like. That's more skill-based. All right, now the fern is firmly committed to memory.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this... Oh, no, not again. Line,
this
how
room.
could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Still got the line here.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Yeah.
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah. Good old 437.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
is a-
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
It's-
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Triplin, thanks for the sub.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like
It's
to
our
veto
line
the
friend.
line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Yeah, this story rules.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How
Yes.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
Okay. So I know that each
gonna do them
door has to
counterclockwise, though.
lead somewhere. Which
Can't
means that
tell me what to do.
somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come,
Yeah,
Stanley. Our
sounds right.
destiny awaits.
God, I love Destiny. Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Wait,
It's all
excuse
one
me?
giant ending?
After a long
Am I
time, Stanley
supposed to restart
dies?
the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Find a bookstore,
So
get
now,
bored and
according
leave.
to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget?
Nonsense
My mind
philosophy
goes
and music.
blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't
There's so
do
many
it.
spoilers in this room.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
I think we're just in this
So-
room, bud.
Okay.
There's a
I
chair,
guess
though.
now we just wait. You know,
Yeah.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
To the meeting room we go.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Such reliable narration.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Well, seems helpful. Yeah, I played the original. This is the deluxe. I don't think I've gotten to any deluxe content quite yet. This would be a good poster. Number of slides on this slide. I don't think I've sat here and like looked through all of this before. I wonder how many slides. Oh, no, that's it. It's looping now. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenagers. Yeah. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic, big neck question mark. Space between the teenagers. Size of demographic. No more pins. Okay. Spending an awful lot of time here in the meeting room. Monetize free to play? Yeah. Now that's a fucking idea.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, but the downstairs has that sick red light. I think the last time I played this game, I went downstairs though, so I'm gonna go upstairs this time. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Real fast. Super fast. All right, I got a Gatorade, a beer, and a Mountain Dew. I'm good to fucking go. There's also nice spread stuff up here. Yeah. What an odd little limerick. Oh, there's some nice bathroom art. So, I'm a big fan of bathroom art, but it's awkward to hang, like, actual prints and paintings and stuff that's nice in a bathroom, because there's so much moisture. So I've started getting, like, metal and plastic prints for my bathroom walls. That's been real nice. Don't have to worry about stuff getting damaged when I take a shower and it gets all humid. This is not a very useful mirror. Stanley not washing his hands. The beige pages. I do still have some displays. There's literally one right behind me. I think I could show it real quick. Yeah, you see that the logo there is a display behind me in the back. That's a metal print.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
Just like normal.
unraveled,
Whoa!
Stanley
Take
wondered
that, manager.
in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly
Great work.
opened passageway.
Oh, this is terrifying. She said down. Oh.
Descending deeper into the building,
He thinks
Stanley
maple syrup.
realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
I've not, Yamanko.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. This passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
More like freedom, am I right? I regret saying that. No. Yeah.
This
Oh,
mind
man's button.
control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
I can't accept it.
Life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
The performance by the narrator was pretty good. I like stuck here. Oh no, here we go.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Ha! I'll become master of my destiny.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Oh no!
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
No.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me,
No.
where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room
Achievement
was capable
unlocked.
of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. What do you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is
I'm
no
humble, I'm
challenge.
humble.
It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
I wonder if I'm supposed to push them in
Another
order.
choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me. All a
I think
part
it's
of
too
the
late.
joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
No! Well, I died as I lived. Frenziedly pushing buttons before a thermonuclear explosion.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ho ho! Why, hello there. What's all this then?
New content? What does that mean, new content?
Ooh. Oh.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Yeah.
The Stanley Parable
That's what we're
Ultra
playing.
Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the
Yes.
Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I like the little smiley face there.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I'm already thrilled. Bill's outside a door. Yes.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Yeah. Should I save my last jump? I feel like I'm wasting them. These are all the jumps I get in the game. I'm just blowing through them like nothing. I'll never be able to jump again. Yeah. I feel sad now. Empty. Like my fucking ice cream fell off the cone and I'm just like staring at it.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley
I'm getting new
Parable
ideas for
Ultra
YouTube
Deluxe,
content.
now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Let's do it. $1.44 per jump. Oh, this is different. It's a picture of the old hallway, so you can remember what you've lost, what you've given up.
Psst, Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past.
Like it was just
and
a minute
how
ago.
much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Now this is special. Trees and grass.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
This kind of reminds me of the.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant...
There's a scene kind of like this in the original content. This is very celebratory. Audience award. Good times, bunch of Polaroids. Well, this is fairly masturbatory. I did not get this achievement. I don't think. Maybe I did. I think it's actually like pretty close to when I played the original. If I check though, if I go in and check, then I won't know. I didn't mark the date or anything. Maybe I'll wait another couple years just to be sure. I don't want to ruin my run of not playing the original game. Creator's surprisingly down to earth. Got like a shed of some kind. The old chair prevented me from. I want to see the rocks.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism.
Is this a
10
shrine?
out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created.
What's
That's
in the next
how
room?
grand and
God damn
all-encompassing
it.
the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Whoa.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh, those Polaroids fell. I kind of want to check out what's up there. I kind of want to check out what's down here, too. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Do-do-do-do.
Here's another moving passage, this
Oh my
time
God.
from GameSpot.com.
I need a beer for
Stanley
this.
Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game.
Yeah.
9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Not to be technical, but a 9 out of 10 is not perfect. Just saying game.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't
Wasn't it just
give
in
to
here?
go back to
Okay.
have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being collected down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is what it looks like when I'm reading my YouTube comments, by the way. Unfunny? What?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it, well, I always thought it did.
It's a
Maybe
little
it wasn't.
one-sided.
Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
How
I
insane
feel
would it be to get immortalized in a game because you wrote a
Like I
negative
let these
Steam
people
review?
down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, I wonder if the people that are getting featured here also then play Ultra Deluxe. Like someone tells them about their review, and they play Ultra Deluxe, and then also leave a review for the Ultra Deluxe.
What's this one got
Just
to say?
layers.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
Yeah.
I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
This is this floating board, just hanging out, being a board. Oh, that's all right.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
Oh, I love that water.
No more listening to me rambling on and... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary...
Yeah.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe
You can see the
30,
clock. It's been
45
like
minutes.
an hour.
If not Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley.
Through time itself. Oh
Back.
wow.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
I'm a little
just sitting
nervous
here,
now.
Not a single person to speak with. And you... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe
is starting to get
it for
dark.
you. To begin with, there is only regret.
Oh my.
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling
This is
had
kind of
begun
horrific.
to subside, what
I'm
took
starting
its
to feel
place
bad for
is what
pushing
I
this
could only
button.
describe
Narrator? 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 Oh, well, that's terrifying.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much.
Yeah.
The end is never the end, 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 is never
Yeah.
the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Narrator's having a normal one, I see.
The end is never the end.
Oh, the clock fell. My little clock. It's not moving either. Yeah. Huh. Well, what happened here? Well, only one way to find out. How have I been getting nutrients this whole time? I guess I don't need it, huh? I've been frozen in time. Ah, the plants are reclaiming. That's fucking sweet. Well, it's back to being desolate. What happened to all my plant friends? Hey. This is a different sort of setting than I'm used to. Well, time to explore this desolate wasteland, as you do. Yeah. Yeah. Now this Now this is a true adventure. Just my Twitch chat. Desolate wasteland. Oh, okay. Suppose that's fair enough. Back here, I see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
Just my
to go
usual
to the
Twitch
meeting
chat,
room.
yeah.
Perhaps
Pretty
he had
normal.
simply missed a memo.
I like that new content door. New content? Ooh. Let's, yeah.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I did
Yes,
notice.
I have something very exciting to show you.
Savior Renegade Angel vibes. Oh, yeah. I haven't thought about that show in forever.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about
That's
how
nice.
roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out
Wow,
to be.
J-Rome.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, nice. This is what we needed.
Yes, you see, isn't this
The end
far
is never
superior
the
to a
end
measly
again.
re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
Taste the
It could
sequel.
go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been...
Yeah. Well, this seems quite
Calling
nice.
it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Well, that's a nice chart. Fucking fern. Two Stanleys.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Should have
But
multiplayer.
Let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Oh, that's sick. Let me push this button. We'll push this button so
For the
hard.
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, my first addition to... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course,
BRB.
in the final game, this button will say your
Changing my name to
whatever
Jim.
name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full
Yup, that's me, I'm
experience
Jim.
of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Well, here I am, a person named Jim, about to push the button.
Jim,
Oh,
Yes, you see?
the
What a
game
thrill,
recognized
what a
me.
rush. That was you. The button describes you. Do it again, do it again.
Yeah, it's me.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Yeah, that was intense.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise,
What?
soon you'll
No.
start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Well, it was good while it lasted. Oh, whoa. What the fuck? I had a dream that I was someone else, like some kind of gym character. I fell in love. Went to college as Jim. I don't know. I'm back now, though. Entire lifetime in the blink of an eye.
I suppose I could allow only people
real
named
validation
Jim
at the
to
end of
play
it.
the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Free achievement. Don't hate that. Settings World Championship. Infinite Hole. Let's get this achievement. Let's get this fucking achievement. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, no more steps. This achievement
Now, here's
was
something
designed
special.
for me.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Yeah.
You see, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that
Oh,
will
God damn it.
exist. Right now, the achievement
I want it.
is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Okay. Okay. Oh, what's down here? Is this even a place I can go? Nope, just a dark corridor.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can you find them?
Ah,
Oh, this is pretty.
collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
This reminds me of the couple different things. The Gates of Hell sculpture, and then the art for the new Cabal Therapy creature. The one, well, it's not that new now. I think it was in Modern Horizons 1. 1 mana 1/1 thing. A little ominous though, huh? All right, one collectible. Yeah. Now that's what the game needed.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
A reassurance bucket. Should check out this here infinite hole. Yeah. Wait, no screenshots. What's in here?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, Stepniece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I want to buy a shirt. All right. We checked out the button that says gym. Oh, hey, a reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
No, that's no ordinary bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Well, you have that bucket.
Give it a try.
Yeah.
Can you feel it?
What is
The
that
glow
cackle?
of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Yeah.
In fact, can I say
Comfort
that
bucket.
I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
I can feel it. I
The
can feel
benefits
it.
of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
I'm
All
taking
this
this
and
bucket.
more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an
Where's
award
that
if it
hole?
isn't already.
Button that says gym. Jump circle, infinite hole. I think that's, oh, exit. Should I infinite hole or should I exit? Let's infinite hole. We're here anyway, right? We might as well check it out. Check out this so-called infinite hole. I'd normally be scared of an infinite hole, but I've got my comfort bucket. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Hole-like infinity. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Very scientific about this whole business. It just keeps going, huh?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like.
It is a video game, so it's...
games as a medium.
It's probably fun, right? Oh. Yeah. We got a ceiling and everything. Well, time to play this game that I'm playing. Oh no.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my
Yeah.
more ingenious concoctions, if I do say
Yeah.
so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Well, how would I know if it's infinite if I...
Now, I don't mean to
Teleport
be a
back to
bummer,
the top.
but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later.
But you said the hole was infinite. Maybe it doesn't matter when I decide to push the button because I'm traveling down this infinite hole. I feel very comfortable. I've got my
Stanley,
I've
I
got my
don't know
comfort
quite how to
bucket.
say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the
What?
infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
I was sold an infinite
Well,
hole.
that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a lying cheat and you're so
I'm gonna write a Steam review about this.
I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
It kind of still feels like cheating. Maybe the little hole will get deeper if I wait. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Yeah, I think I am just at the bottom of a hole. All right, I'll push this G button. Does feel like cheating though.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Yeah, that's a.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you.
Yeah.
You like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of...
Hey.
Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but
much
feel
shorter.
like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole.
The opening up there looks
Didn't
wider
think it
too.
was that not infinite? Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Oh gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain
A whole
nature
lot of
the
fun.
hole's
Exactly. I got a bucket, I got a hole.
Let's try something. Let's
What else
pop
do you want?
back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite,
The shame of my
how is this
lies.
still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but
I
at
actually
this
can't get
depth,
out.
I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I think you teleport out of this.
Is the
God damn it.
teleport button not working?
Hey, Zuberin, thanks for the 6
sure?
months.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation.
Just-
it was working
just hanging out in a
moment
hole.
ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll
No,
get more
don't leave
time
me
with
here.
it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
No, I'm.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole
No,
have a
let me.
wonderful rest of eternity.
No. No. Ah! Well. So how are y'all doing? And I used all my jumps, yeah. I didn't want to either. Oh, but you have to be in the circle to use the jumps. They only work in that one like specific circle. The jumps anyway. Maybe I can try other keys. Oh. Oh my. Oh. Okay. This would be very disconcerting if I did not have my comfort bucket. So that's nice. This music is really adding something here. Bye. I feel like I'm dead. I can change my perspective. Oh, sick. What perspective should we stay at? Oh, change my perception? Hell yeah. Now we're in the hole. Now we're grooving. This is kind of unsettling. Fucking raw chaos here. Ooh. Hello. Hello. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
My head's stronger.
Change myself, huh? I'll push that button. Oh, I like this self. I don't know if I want to change that one. Perfect, perfect. Should we see what other realities there are? Oh, we did it! We beat the game!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
I was having fun.
How about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Oh, good.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Uh-huh.
And I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
The fuck is a toodle pip? Well, now what? The old loading. We'll put me back here. Okay, fair enough.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Didn't I already try out everything? I feel like I did. Let's follow this here exit sign. See what happens from that. Yeah, got some nice gray stairs. Solid choice. No one gets sick of gray, do they?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes,
All
I
of them,
know
every
it's not
single
exactly
one.
clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll
Okay.
arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
What was that sad
Well,
horn?
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
My
Here we
question
go.
is, how can I hold the
Version
bucket
2.
while there's a bucket down there? It's gonna be the same bucket.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would
Yeah.
it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says
all
with
that
bold
it
and
would take.
uncompromising conviction,
Just a really good
"This
title screen."
is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Bring the whole game together.
Take a look.
Now that's a title screen. Yep. That's a good title screen, all right.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Yeah.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment.
I'm letting this
of
play
these
in case
days,
folks joined.
as though he had been made
Joined without seeing the beginning.
of this job. And Stanley was happy.
Now we're on the same page.
And
Everyone's
then
caught
one
up.
day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never
Got a 2
quite
next to it
forget.
now.
He had been at his desk
Completely
for
different
nearly an
game.
hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call
There's
a
fucking
meeting,
balloons
or
everywhere.
even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This
I just want to find that
complete
hole again.
Isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And it's
This
passed right
was
by the
not
bucket.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do,
Yeah.
Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Alright, let's grab the bucket this
All of
time.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
That was my main
Stanley
regret.
decided to go to the meeting room.
Not leaping to
Perhaps
my
he had
death.
simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
There we go. Much better. Got a comfort bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Clearly.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How
better.
insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good.
It's doing
Said the
voices
bucket.
now.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed
wanna
him, of
jump
course,
again.
because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Seems like I'm really attached to this bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds sounds about right.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Yeah. This game's
This
much
is
better
a
with the
sad
comfort
story
bucket.
of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
I think this game needs more mugs. There's like smile. I need a hug. I like work. I just hate my boss. What am I doing here? What's going on? I think I've... Ooh, my cursor came up. Yeah, let's go to work.
The Stanley Parable reassurance bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object.
Where's the bucket?
I want to
Oh,
say
there.
something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try anyway.
Now this is gaming.
Stanley, can you hear me?
This
Listen
is
to me.
gaming.
It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. all it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't you tell me how to bucket. Don't listen to the loud man. Take us back home. Yeah, yeah.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There is only bucket.
Sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold,
There is
empty
only bucket.
This sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Now the
Like it
narrator's
would be
becoming
better at
enamored.
moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Look at that
Why
lighting.
do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Oh, it is so much more, though.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no 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 no!
I don't
no,
blame
no,
you.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Candles.
Perhaps if I
Where's
had
the rose
bucket,
petals?
this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Kind of seems like you should open a bottle of wine and slip into something more comfortable is what it seems like you should do. Is that a piece of bucket artwork on the wall? The jazz poster's got a bucket in it? Okay.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give me the
This is-
bucket,
this is
Stanley.
my bucket.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Ah! Wow. Okay. I think the narrator dude is having sex with that bucket. That's what I think.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Ah. Ah. Should I bucket it up again? How many more bucket timelines are there? What do you think, chat? Say yes bucket or no bucket, and I'll go based on what the bucket tells me to do. Yes. Yes, that shine. Oh, this is always a bucket stream.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a
Yeah.
wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
Shit, what up?
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Hey, Sunset Bleach thinks the sub thinks the 2 months.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I wouldn't
You
want
can't
anything
buy
more.
that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yeah.
But Stanley
There's a
just couldn't do
6.
it.
There's 6,
He
my
considered
apologies.
the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work
Got
hours.
2 of 6.
He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The
As a
bucket
normal
returned his gaze,
non-crazy
but
person
said
does.
nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance
no.
and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone
No.
else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's
Imposter bucket.
This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. Indeed, now he noticed the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it.
I'm so
Far
mad.
off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Back to me, bucket.
Truly be. He rushed forward from room
there's
to
so many
room,
buckets.
passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None
No.
of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, it froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What's up, Mariella?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who
Is she in my
stumbled
bucket?
through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Hey, where'd you get that bucket?
She knew what the problem was.
So what the fuck?
This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she
That's just
had
rubbing it
to
in.
this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Wow. Marianne fucking rules. Okay. Alright. Well, bucket's much closer this time.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him
Oh, nice
that
to
the
Delta.
employee lounge
Very
was
jealous.
simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
So I went down last time. I didn't go down with the bucket. We do need 4 more of these things. Where are they? Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Yes. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh, it's actually keeping track of them. That is where I got 2 of them. Somewhere both red and blue nearby a fireplace. Nearby a fireplace might be the boss's office, right? I think there's one up there. Or there's not. A private but smelly place for an important person. That could be the boss's bathroom. Is this some kind of game? No. No, it is not. Oh, they're making fun of my looks. That's not kind.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
One executive bathroom. Ha-ha!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This,
3 out of 6.
There really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
That's the worst name. Ooh, I don't think I went in here earlier. Oh no! Is that a business strategy? Is this murdering a panda? Here we go. Now this is a fine elevator to be in with a bucket. I pushed down outside and then I pushed up inside. I don't know if that'll confuse the elevator. Yeah. Just me, my bucket, and some elevator music. Good stuff. This is good. Just look at the elevator wall. This is what I do when there's like somebody else in the elevator that I don't know. I just fucking press myself into the corner. Like, yep, just me over here. Should I push another button? Oh my god. I'm getting the distinct impression that this is not an elevator, it is just a music room. Yep, okay. Well, that was something that I did. And you all watched me! Who's the real idiot? Ha ha!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours,
should there be a
with
collectible?
the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
Yeah.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, we can get there.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
This place always gives me the willies.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
It's my favorite kind of fate.
It would be all Stanley could do
The
to
unknown
keep himself
variety.
together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him,
It really is a
reassuring
comfort
that
bucket.
in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Oh shit, what
The
up?
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay, Bishop, thanks for gifting a sub to well-programmed bot. Always nice to have some bots around.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight
Juice
ahead
in my
through
numbers.
the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Let's try this escape route this time.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No, my poor bucket. Bucket will save me.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley
Nice,
and the
Bishop.
bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Brazil's a great fucking movie. Very surreal. Terry Gilliam's best. There's a few pretty good ones too. Time Bandits. I like the spark reflection off the bucket. This truly is a
As the machine whirred into motion
Deluxe.
and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
bye. Oh snap.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh shit.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
I think it is Muriel's
voice. It
voice.
was a glorious bucket to behold.
Have its own fucking section now. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn from here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? Well, it seems we have a decision about how to use our bucket information. I think whoever wrote that is maybe a little bit
Can
of
you see
pro-bucket
how
bias.
arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see
Yeah.
the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far
Yeah.
more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. This is way more than 25 buckets. Excuse me. There's like 5 just in that corner. This is like 100 buckets. What the shit? Oh, wait. No. It says 25 buckets right there. I was mistaken. I was mistaken the whole time. Must be an optical illusion. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring
shit, what
that it
up?
drove dozens of nations to war with one after another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Hey man, Thursday, thanks for the 69 months. Nice indeed. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds accurate. Okay. Nice little history lesson. It's kind of nice when games can teach you a little something.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always without reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Oh, is that a fucking infinite hole? Is that a... Huh. Hello?
There is something we can do.
Did I
Something
get
we
the
can
bucket?
do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
No, let's...
Don't reset the game.
No,
Don't
let's
give
not
him
do that.
another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together.
No,
the
let's-
bucket should take its
let's-
place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world,
That's
a new
not-
vision.
That's what I... Oh. Well, the game did restart.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. Warmth spread.
You thought I
from
wasn't gonna
Stanley's
grab it.
arms. With the bucket in his
Got
arms
you good.
again, he was home.
This is a
Stanley
complete
clutched
bucket
the bucket
playthrough.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
Yeah.
How insightful
Yeah.
the bucket turned out. No, never mind.
Oh.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why
So we've
or
done this
how
before.
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
A lot of times when you
fact.
do
He
repeat
was
play
firmly convinced
patterns,
that the bucket
you
had
find different
spoken
things.
to him, and
Should I
he
jump onto that?
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is quite different than falling to your demise. Danger, danger everywhere. Now that's a good sign. I should have this outside my house. Like, just like literally this sign. Not like a danger, there's a dog, or a danger, there's, you know, surveillance or whatever. Just fucking danger in general. It was very ominous.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Well, fuck the sign.
How could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a
Oh,
bucket?
very
I
meta.
suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
What do you think, Chad? Do we know what is and is not a bucket? Are we gonna get a tutorial? Have I finally made it to the game tutorial?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether
Oh,
or
that's
not
useful.
the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
I'm gonna need your help with this part, Chad.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
What do you think, Chad? Bucket? No bucket? So far, I'm seeing more yeses. Clearly a cake. Is it cake? I think it's a bucket. Okay.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket.
Ah, got me good.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Frap just days.
Item
Thanks for the
2.
sub. Thanks for 45 months.
Is this a bucket?
All right, what about this one? Yes bucket, no bucket. We got 2 yeses, 3 yeses. This one must be a bucket. Yeah, if the last one was not a bucket, then it's just math. This one has to be. All right, I'm with you.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Fucking 3D printers get me every time.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
All right, chat. Item number 3. Fuck it, it's a bucket. I don't know if I'm gonna take that advice. You're sure of this one? Well, if you're sure.
Correct. This is.
Ha ha! Take that, doubters.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
All right, chat. So that one seemed pretty clear cut to me. I'm not sure about this one. 100% a bucket. I feel like I should say no at some point, but if chat's sure, I guess.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
I thought it could be a bucket. Sometimes they have bucket attachments.
Is this a bucket?
This seems like a repeat. No, that's a tractor. Oh my god. Chad is on a one bucket mind here. This one for sure has to be.
Correct. This is a bucket.
All right, good. Glad we got that squared.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
You think this one's not a bucket? I am gonna vote no just to see what voting no does. We've only done voting yes so far. It looks like chat's actually on the same boat.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
That got me good. I think everything is
Wait,
both a
hold on,
bucket
I
and
can't
not a
find the
bucket.
next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Although, I know doors aren't a bucket because they're often a jar. This is just the absence of everything.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No bucket!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was
The game has no
everything a
meaning
bucket?
without the bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful.
I don't feel at ease. I don't have my comfort bucket.
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yeah.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
All right, chat. We'll take this to our graves.
Just a step through this door,
Secret.
Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
I feel like the game has become a little too bucket-centric.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like the fireplace in the boss's office is the only fucking place, well, the only fireplace I've seen. I need 3 more figures. Three more figures. Oh, that one's in the bathroom. That's a spoiler. Red room. If only we had a sticker for the bucket. People are on about this sticker business. I don't know if I want to ruin the bucket. A sticker would remove its
Coming to the
shine.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were
I
inseparable.
don't remember though. I don't remember
At
the
this
code.
point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Ah!
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
6969. Don't be a child. We're trying to play a serious game here. Aha!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
These are not good
What name
names.
better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
So is this the near the fireplace one? I guess we'll find out. Go back to that meeting room. Oh. Figley, not Stanlerine. I feel like if we change the name now, that'll ruin its branding.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
What do you think, Chad? We've gone in both directions now. But maybe we can do something different in one of them. I'm down to go whichever direction Chad wants to go. I have not played Leisure Suit Larry. Mind control, but with a bucket? Alright, alright. Push the sear button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I gotta say, whoever the voice actor was for the narrator did a pretty tremendous job. Coming back like a decade later or something like that. Updating all the narration.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Yes.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
So, system power can go on or off. Last time, we clicked on, and it triggered a thermonuclear explosion. But this time we could die with the bucket in our hands, which sounds better. Or we can try the off line. I kind of need another beer. I'm going to leave you all in a little bit of suspense here while I go grab another brewski and another sody pop. And I'll be back in less than a minute. I'll be back real soon. Not even going to run a commercial. Bucket versus Nuke. You think Bucket wins? All right, I've returned. Now, some of you will say that that break was longer than a minute, and you all answer that time is an illusion, and it took as long as I said it took. So take that, nerd. Also, I'm out of beer, so time is also sadness.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
What?
Unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until
Don't get
finally
out.
the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would
Already on
never
bucket
again
stuff?
leave
I think
this
bucket
very
stuff's
room.
been over half the
But
stream, Jeb's lot.
At least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right?
Maybe a little under.
I'll be okay,
Oh.
won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
You don't want it to end, the bucket section? I hope it's the whole game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We could not pick up the bucket. Like, we have that choice, right? Right? But if the whole game is a bucket, then we don't have that choice. We're already with the bucket, whether we want to be or not. But this bucket, this specific comfort bucket, we don't have to click it and pick it up. We could just walk on past. Live a bucket-free life, right? Just go around the corner and... Oh.
The good old bucket.
Yeah.
Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another.
Oh man, I
thrilling
was like starting to
adventure
sweat.
together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right, chat, left or right? What do we do now? Usually I've been making this decision myself. We got a couple
This
rights.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley
Bucket.
had felt the bucket.
Right
calling
is
to him,
bucket.
telling
Right is
him
bucket.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meet? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
The meeting room does have the figurine count in it.
And so the
We'll
two
be able
of
to
them
see which
detoured
figurine
through
we
the
took.
maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
It was the nearby a fireplace. That's the one where we got that one. Right outside the boss's office. So we need some place that's both red and blue, and we need a large room with lots of boxes. And then we'll have all the figurines. With the sickest reward of them all. The game keeps on telling me that there's gonna be an awesome reward, and I trust the game.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Let's go down. We went up last time. I can only go up so many times. Last time there was a figurine here. And now it's just a dirty Crawl space under the stairs. Yes.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
Stanleys?
why had he taken that risk?
I believe you mean the
All because
Figleys.
he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe... he
This
thought
drink
to
I just mixed
himself,
myself is
maybe
tremendous.
I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
It's
He asked the
Gatorade,
bucket.
Mountain
The
Dew,
bucket returned his gaze,
and pineapple
but said
rum.
nothing at all. And that's strange.
Which is
Stanley
not the
thought.
beer that I
Usually
wanted,
the bucket is a
but
source
it is
of
tremendous.
guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just
saw the
a
figurine in the
normal,
warehouse
everyday
earlier.
bucket. Someone
warehouse?
else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly
Oh,
wrong.
you mean where you go
Surely
right?
no good would come from
can, like,
this.
drop down?
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
So we've been through this part before.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find
That's
the bucket.
a
He
pretty
had to
good
return
sequence,
to his
though.
old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks.
I don't want to
He
freeze.
knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, this is the one where, what's her face
Stanley doubled
rubs the
over
fact
in
that she's
anger
got a bucket in him.
and blacked out.
I know.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Right.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by
What
the
happens if
body
you
of
don't have a
man
bucket here?
who had
You always have a
stumbled through
bucket.
town,
The whole game's a
talking and
bucket.
screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
You wish we
Right
had a skip
away,
button?
she
We
knew
tried
what
the skip
problem
button.
was. This man
We,
had no
we
bucket.
tried that.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing
We ended
all
up
of his
in a
actions and
future
how everything
wasteland.
is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
You're starting off the
How
deep
cruel
end, me.
Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
Bucket
Of course,
land.
She had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
So far,
life
the bucket
kicks ass,
timelines
and
have
she
actually
thanked
not
fate all
been
the way to work.
weirder than the original Stanley Parable content. Been great, though. Okay. So I'm not going to do that again. It seems like we've exhausted.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the place with all the boxes. And get that one Stanley
Stanley
figurine.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This
I
was
think we need to
not
find a
the
place
correct
that's
way to
blue
the
and
meeting.
red.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee
You don't need a
lounge
bucket?
was
Get
simply
outta
the
here.
place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
There's a
go
figurine
there.
here somewhere?
Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, it's way the fuck over there. Well, how do I get over there? That seems achievable. If only I could jump. Saved my jumps. You can only jump in the circle.
Good, said the bucket.
It doesn't let you
Now
jump
ride the
anywhere
lift
else.
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking.
Should I jump off again?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Solid Gold Dog. Thanks to the sub. Thanks to the 50 months.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
I want to go over there.
Stanley once
the figurine.
again obeyed blindly.
I feel like I've been in this dark room before. Yes.
Now pick up the...
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley
Oh, man.
and his bucket.
This goes
Once
for a
upon
very long
I
time.
gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend.
Oh, fuck.
And then,
This could use a
very
skip button.
distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable reassurance
No.
bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting
No.
glow of companionship.
We're trapped in the bucket
It
loop.
doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say
Alright,
to him
note to
is
self.
just in his head.
If I go that way again, do not
Lately,
take the
I've been
thing all the
concerned
way to the
about
top.
him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me.
In the
It's
escape
just
menu,
a
I could begin the game again.
bucket. It can't think.
Yeah,
It can't.
I don't want to
talk.
reset the whole game,
All
friend.
it would ever truly do for you is effectively
That would not save me
transfer
time.
liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
If you don't do what the bucket tells you, well, then what else would we do? We would just sit here in this room. Right? Like, just chill here? Just chill here with our bucket? Is that what you want to do? I'm fine with that. I've got my fucking rum drink. We can hang out. Restart from the pause menu. Well, yeah, I don't want to restart the game. Can we keep track of the letters? I mean,
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
it says it restarts the game, so now.
Sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this
The escape
bucket,
screen?
this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
See, it says begin the game again.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
I guess we get to see
It's just a
the
little more
bucket seduction scene
trying
again.
to say, sturdier.
That's kind
more
of
capable
nice.
of
That's
transporting
kind of a
liquid.
payoff.
Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room.
Why
It's
don't
a
I cast a
bucket.
shadow?
It's literally just a bucket.
Do I not
Why
exist?
do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's
Bucket cast a shadow
so
before I
much
picked it up,
more
but
than
now it
just a
doesn't.
regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no 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 no! What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or
I
I'll...
don't... Okay. So I guess I'll go right and jump. I feel like I've gone right and jumped with the bucket. There was that one room that you couldn't go into if you had a bucket, but I can't even remember which way that was.
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll try and go do the jump thing without the bucket. I feel empty. Empty without it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
It's not a ramp.
You've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
So I gotta
convinced
get into
that I
that
want
door
something
over there,
bad to happen to you?
and then I can walk up.
I don't know how to
There's a
convince
fence
you
over
of
on the
this,
other side
but
that I can't get
I
through.
really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
A board back there
Let
to
me
walk on the
prove that I'm
boxes?
on your side.
Oh.
Give me a chance.
Well, next time. It'll take me like 5 tries to get to that fucking figurine.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through
Red
the red
and
door.
blue. Oh!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Yeah.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Yeah. Okay, it told me to use red, right? I feel like blue's the place to be.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Right, the red door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Huh.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry, red. Yeah.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see?
Where's the bucket?
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yeah.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill
Visual
trees?
bug.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what.
Can you jump
take a
off?
stab
You
in
can't
the
jump at
dark
all.
at a new
Well, that's
design.
not true.
You can give me some
You can jump
feedback.
in one
There
scenario.
we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah, so with the original Stanley Parable, there was no jumping whatsoever. And in Ultra Deluxe, there is one room where you have a small circle where you can jump. I think it was like 24 or 30 times or something. But we already spent it, and you can only do it in that small circle. So I don't expect there'll be any more jumping for the rest of the game. I think we've exhausted that content.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to
What do
be
you think,
honest.
Chad?
I'm looking for some real critical feedback
1 through
here.
5? I'll vote how chat wants me to vote. 3 repeating. That's not an option. We got 3 4s. 4 4s. All right, 4 on the floor.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling.
Choo-choo!
Based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Yeah. Worldwide leaderboard. Why aren't I in here? What the fuck? Where's me? Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Jeez. I chose the blue door. God damn it. Fuck you, game. Well,
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated
No,
to keep
fuck
walking
you.
through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
you get a 1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity
And on the
to
full,
give it
thanks
some
the sub, thanks
playtesting.
the 29 months.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep
it sounds
notes
about right.
on your experience.
I feel like I'm supposed to do something. Oh no.
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
No, I just...
Because if it's the latter,
the controls,
well,
I don't
I'm
know.
completely out of ideas. I
Oh,
can't
there's a
think
button.
of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
The game is winnable.
Oh, hey, since my
There's
game is
a
so
credit
awful,
scene
why don't we
that
play
you can
someone
get to.
else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
Of sorts. I don't know if there's like multiple paths to get to it.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
I only got to it once with the original. The original game.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Those fucking S's.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps
Yeah, that
for some
sounds right.
sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes,
Is this-
that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Yeah, right? Is this riffing on Firewatch? Awkward, I didn't play Firewatch all the way through. I played it through about half the way through. And when I was in the middle of that game, I read an article, it's kind of dark. It was about how women in the park service go through like an extreme amount of like sexual harassment just because there's not very many of them. And it was like a super in-depth article and stuff. And then I came back and tried to play Firewatch, and he's just like kind of like flirty hitting on the lady talking to him, and I was like, I can't actually play this game. I can't do it. So I never finished it. Yeah. So that's what Firewatch reminds me of now.
Oh, no. No, 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 it can't
Sexual assault.
be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No, I wanted to go that way.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering
Can we
around.
jump? No, there's
right
no
or
jumping.
wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay.
We're still in the
I'm going to
woods.
get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, what's this game?
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility
Am I gonna get
that
hit
you
by
will
a
get
rocket
lost
ball?
here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
It does seem very difficult to get lost. Oh, is that a hole? Oh, I love
So
holes.
what exactly do we do here?
Oh, it's not a hole.
Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is
Hey,
this
give me the
game
ball.
sports ball?
It is
Stanley,
sports ball.
I think it's sports ball. Oh,
Yeah.
what fun. We shall
feel
run
like
the
I'm
bases
moving-
and do a touchdown together. Yes.
I think I'm moving too
surely we
slowly
must.
for
Okay,
this
Stanley,
game.
Here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, yeah, that's quite a bit larger than me. Ha-ha! Oh, I'm having such fun. Oh. Have I scored yet? Does it have to go in the...
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
I don't-
Is
I
it better
don't know
than
if I'm
my
winning.
miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a
Maybe it
thought.
goes over there.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports...
Where'd that ball go? Oh.
What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Well. So, how's everyone doing? Yeah. So this is terrifying. This is scary without the bucket, yeah. Was this the area that I couldn't go with the bucket? I can't remember. That's my issue with this game, is I forget what areas I've done. Sweet, sweet computer lights. The old bucket free zone. So this doesn't seem to be a thing. Just a empty room at the end of the corridor. Maybe there's another turnoff that I missed.
I wonder what he found.
Well,
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
yes, I was
I
having
wonder
quite a
if
lot
he's
of
happy
fun.
with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
Yeah, I was having
He'll
a really
understand
good,
soon
really
what I was
good
trying
time
to tell him.
at the
He needs
room.
someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon.
Someone was typing.
Very
If you click the pointer, it'll make typing sounds, whether there's a computer in front of you or not. If you click the interact button. It makes sense when you first load into the game and there's a computer in front of you, so I understand. See, like you first load and you're like right here. There. It makes keyboard sounds. Well, then you come out here
All
and
of
you're
his
like
co-workers
looking at a
were
door.
gone. What could it mean? Oh, please.
Oh, it
Are
actually
you
did
really
make
just
different
doing
noises.
this for the
Well, anyway.
achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No,
Yeah.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
It's been 20 clicks. I feel like it's been 20.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
I didn't get an achievement.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Through chat helping, I've managed to find my way to the 6th figurine. I mean, all by myself. I, true epic alpha gamer, have gotten it. The coveted 6th figurine. Now my life will have meaning. Now it'll all make sense. Now I'll get the greatest reward that the Stanley Parable has to offer.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
No, don't call it
Savor
that.
this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most
Where's my
trivial
reward?
achievements, you've insisted that a job
No!
well done is its own reward. I
No!
tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward. And we can't have that.
No!
So,
Give me...
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Well, now my life feels empty and hollow. You can hop down without dying. Probably not. Hey, Spitzels, thanks for gifting a sub to Old Man Joblez. Congrats, Old Man Giblies.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Nope, that's,
Good job,
that's still
Stanley.
certainly death.
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Let's grab the bucket, go up that ramp, and then go through that other behind door. Let's do that.
Stanley,
Oh,
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't
figglies.
stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Yeah.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire
No,
life?
no, it was not.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
It did not!
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing
All right.
more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Bucket? Did I miss the bucket? Or are you just saying bucket periodically now? There's no bucket there. Very easy to miss a bucket, it turns out, when everything is a bucket.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6? Hell yeah.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
Oh, shit,
but
what
you
up?
continue to
game's
surprise
remembering
me
the
in all
order that I got
sorts
them
of
in.
mundane, unremarkable ways.
Well, Hey, Schmitzel, thanks for getting us up to wyverns aren't dragons.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which
That's
of
wyverns.
these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Oh yeah, it was this one.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one.
How you doing,
picked it up,
Schmitzels?
And then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I
having a
should
good
be
Friday.
surprised.
Hope everyone's
After
having a
all,
good Friday.
Science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I must admit, I've forgotten my third time doing a couple of things.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh,
What?
well, I can't actually say I remember
No,
being
we
in this
didn't.
room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I guess that's true. It must have happened. Here in the memory zone. Oh shit, what up? Thanks, Schmitzels. Thanks for the 10 subs. Congratulations to Izandai, Feppo Castillo, Hunter Pence, Fat Wesker, A Snail Chosen at Random, Jeff Thielen, Riffing, Frost Globe, Johnny Trask, and Scourge Altars. Hell yeah.
Oh shit, what up?
10 buckets gifted out.
Oh shit, what up?
Yeah, I've never known the memory zone to be wrong before, so this must have been where we got it. And then this dark back area.
Oh shit, what up?
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
We get a video.
Enjoy.
Well, isn't that nice?
Oh shit, what up?
This is like out of the 90s. We got the fuzzy resolution. This is so fucking badass. The fucking wipes. In 240p. I had a computer class in middle school where we all made videos that looked like this, basically.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
It
I
does,
spent a long
yeah.
time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
So last time I went blue. Does it want me to go blue again? We're in the memory zone. I feel like I should be going how we went before. But if we're in the memory zone, then whichever way I went already happened. So we get to like recreate past reality by choosing a different door. And then it's not a different door, it's the one door. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's literally, they both just enter into the same, okay. Fair enough. The illusion of choice.
And then,
Oh, this is
Stanley,
neat.
then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine.
Can I
Right
fall to my
here in
death
the
here?
warehouse. This
Like right
memory
here?
is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind
12
works?
out of 6.
All I
Nicely
know
done.
Is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Yeah. What was that noise? Where am I going? Oh, here we are. Good old forward.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up
This is my
to the
favorite
present
memory.
moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Bye, memory zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
I don't blame
Stop the
you.
loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse.
Can I get
remember
13 out
this.
of 6?
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial
can.
tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's
I
keep
still
going.
really
I
want to
more.
jump. I still want to jump. Should I jump? And the entire game was Figley's.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember
Yes,
the video?
that video
we watched?
ruled. It's going faster this time.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh, the pink room? That
Still don't
totally
remember the
happened.
Pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good
It
room,
has to
though.
have a memory of
solid
it.
room.
It's in the memory zone.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy
Yeah.
of collecting them. I'm
Yeah.
very glad we resisted
Sure, I'm glad
the
there's no
temptation.
achievements for this.
Next one.
Really would have ruined it.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Forever and ever and ever.
This is it. The
and
very
ever.
first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Was this room as dark and...
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I
was that
remember
jump circle
hating
I
it back
mentioned.
then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Well, I should probably go in one of these. Remember, chat, whichever door we choose is an irreversible decision. Oh, it's literally got the same. Okay. All right. All right.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yep.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now.
I don't have
I
control.
remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big
Getting
decisions.
backstory?
I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no
So I'm
reason.
programming the narrator who's controlling me?
Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make
Who
for a
programmed
wonderful
who?
companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how
Is
it
the
used to
narrator
be.
going to kill me off?
Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
So this is it, my last run
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
My
mean?
last go of it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should we take the bucket or not take the bucket? We got quite a bit of new content without taking the bucket. Okay.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a
Humble
committed
bucket.
a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, chat, do we left or right here? I feel like we exhausted most of what was on the right. We didn't go up the ramp, but it kind of seemed like there was not a way to go after you go off the ramp on the right. I don't think I went down in that one area. I think I went down when I first started the game, and then haven't gone down since.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Did I
But
unplug the
Stanley
phone?
had felt
I did
the
not.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead.
I don't
to
think
the
I've done this
opposite
with the
door.
bucket. It sure is a lot less scary with my bucket here.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Okay.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Oh, shit,
We've come
what up?
together here because we
Oh, shit,
care
what up?
about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around.
Hey, Power Familiar,
everywhere.
thanks for gifting sub
The
to
bucket
Penumbra
isn't even
Strategist,
from
like a
the
mosh,
original Stanley
Ogwest, Benes
Parable.
Prati,
It's just sequel content.
Ridiculous D,
We're
Untap
the
Upkeep,
ones
Danny
that
Prather,
matter,
Disley
Stanley.
AU,
Classic
and
characters
7.
from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want
shit,
more
what
of
up?
their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the
shit,
bucket,
what up?
but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oh shit, what up?
That's a very functioning broom closet
Oh
there.
shit, what up?
Alright, we're following the adventure line here.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yeah.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No, you're not taking my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Excuse me?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No! I don't agree at all.
Guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Hey, 7 mana,
Go
3
ahead
lands, 7
now,
mana, thanks for
Stanley.
this 19
Say
months.
goodbye to the bucket.
Is this a horror
and then
game?
Pop it into the machine when
Yeah.
you're ready.
Yes, it's a fucking horror game. It's trying to destroy my bucket. I don't wanna.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
The
Well,
bucket's
you see,
ugly?
if you
Kill
were
the
to
bucket?
really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We
trying.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it for the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Bucket didn't want to be destroyed.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For
Like
the
dust in
moment
the wind.
time that you were here, you were magnificent.
So much emotion. Poor bucket destroyer. This is a morality tale about abortion, by the way. That's what you just watched. Yeah, take that, liberals.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from
Pro
now
against?
on.
Kind of depends on how you feel about bucket destroyers. That's the thing about like a truly good game with depth, is that you can like kind of bring your own experience to it, you know, and reach different conclusions than the creators necessarily intended. Someone said to shake that one door. Back here, this one.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but
Yeah.
it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Well, I tried. Well, have I exhausted all the bucket storylines? So we went down. What was down? Were there more things to do down? Should I try going down without the bucket now? Touch the 420 door? Oh, that's an idea. Nope. I guess whoever's in that office is non-responsive for some reason.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single
Reboot
person
the
here
game
either.
entirely?
Feeling
Oh,
a
no.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's no figurines here. What's the point if there's no figurines to collect?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
God damn it. I appreciate that the game respects my my health, my mental health so much.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So we tried to escape with the bucket. Could try escaping without the
Although
bucket.
this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Heh. Whee! This is where the
As the machine whirred into motion
Yeah.
and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
good old
he reflected
demise.
that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story. Trapped forever in his narrow vision.
I do
of
think
what
this would be better with a
was.
bucket.
Perhaps his death
most
was of
things.
no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Is this a horror game?
Farewell,
I mean,
Stanley.
any game can be a horror game, depending on your personal phobias and... Right?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Good way to go, though. This do feel a lot.
And yet it would be
Like the
just a
same.
few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you
nice
see that
paintings.
Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Got the office layout here. That's useful. The pacing of the opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Oh, this is the room with the two doors. Yeah. So the whole game is based on those two doors. Got the filing cabinets here. I remember the filing cabinets. I remember those. I want to play solitaire. Oh, it's not gonna let me, huh? Well, fuck you, computers. Ooh, I like 2. Yeah, 2 is definitely where it's at in terms of button noises. We got the credits scene here. Maintenance room, little maintenance room, yeah. I think it was after I got to this area that I originally stopped playing Stanley Parable. I was like, yep, good enough for me. We got the credit sequence. What else? What else would you want? I kind of wonder if there's a different credit sequence with the in the deluxe version. Yeah, the apartment ending. The apartment ending gets very meta. Very meta indeed. What's the extra bacon part of your title? If you order a burger deluxe, that usually means that it comes with, you know, mayonnaise and tomato, and then if you want bacon with it, you still have to order the bacon extra on top of that. And so I just put extra bacon in my title. as a riff on a deluxe burger, even though we are not in fact eating a burger, but we are playing a video game that I don't think actually has burgers in it at all. For a long time, they had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this is what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everybody. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds terrible. I also don't remember how you get to the apartment ending, but I remember there was like a half mannequin, like frozen in time. It was either like him or his wife or something like that. Oh, very meta. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one. Broken Rooms voiced the narrator, informing viewers he's preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. I don't remember that at all. Commercials for the game. I didn't play it when it first came out, though. I played it like some years afterwards. Like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. Got some up-down buttons. The freedom ending. Did I go through here? Am I going in the wrong direction? Behind glass doors, huh? Interesting. So this is the first Stanley's office. This was the final version. That's quite the evolution, I must say. Very well done. Yep. This was the little game we just played. Okay, I was in there. Oh. Hello? Yeah. Wouldn't want to make fun of people that like shooters. That would have been an interesting ending, though. You suddenly go to a war zone, fighting things. Ultra Deluxe announcements. Oh, this is new. In December 2018, they announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcements and the game's delay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's that new deluxe content. I feel like there was a way to end the game in this area. Is this the perspective game? Narration outtakes.
Now then, this elevator for sure would get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story. Stanley stood on the roof.
Oh, interesting. They made him fucking narrate it 3 times over.
Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Okay. Boop boop boo bop doop doop boom. The bucket's hometown in the broom closet. Something. I guess I haven't gone in here. Oh, here we are.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Yep.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
Should we? What do you think, Chad? Have we done the bit of jumping out a window? No. Gone out of bounds with a bucket. There was one area where it wouldn't let me go with the bucket. Did it say I was supposed to quit to desktop? Is that the only way? If I beaten the game by simply not dying. There was a whiteboard that said reboot the game entirely. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that, why not? Have me do this at the very start.
Oh, shit,
the very
what up?
start of the stream. Have me enter the time. It also asked me if I'd played before, though. So it's not quite the same. Hey, Paulad. 123 thinks the sub, thinks the 18 months. The only way to win is to sub with Twitch Prime. Yes. If we get 5 more subs, then we can get to the alternate Caleb has enough subs ending. hang on. Hold. Don't tell me to click. I'll click. Yeah, you can say something. I'll allow it. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. I am something special, that's for sure. I follow instructions. It's a very simple instruction. Yeah, thank you, game. Thank you. Unlike collecting those figurines, resetting the clock is not its own reward. I do need the game to give me kudos for that. Yeah, exactly. I am paying attention. What a good game. This is going to get a good Steam review. Well, don't tell me that. Now you're ruining the illusion. Okay, down to deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, set the clock to your favorite time. Whatever really was noon, and then it wouldn't know if you were typing it in accurately or not. Well, it wouldn't be noon both times, right? Assuming. I guess it could be. Well, thank you, game. Giving me so much freedom to set it to whatever time I like.
This is the story of a...
Oh, I'm skipping. I'm skipping now. Reload and set it to 420. We could reload. The game probably even expects me to. My mouse is not on screen now. Oh, here we are. Yes! Yeah, everyone's favorite time, 419! Yeah, it's my favorite time of day. Oh, we get a slider. How accurate is 4:19 a.m.? Wildly inaccurate. Yeah, I'm glad you're having a good time, game. Yeah. It is good to collect data. Well, they're out of sliders. I can reset the slider you have, if that's nice. Ooh, new sliders. Yeah. Well, now I want to boot up the game again. All right, again. I can't wait for these new sliders. Adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Okay. This is a top tier slider. I appreciate this slider. Wait, was this 9? It looks like 9 to me. What are the other options? Oh, there's the actual 9. It says 9 in the... Okay. Yeah, it's about right. Well adjusted. Well adjusted indeed. That's what I always say about myself. Which of the two made up words below is most appealing to me? Occuboinkle or Scrumtush? I feel like Scrumtush is a lot easier to pronounce. But not like that much better. I'll just put it there. Please don't adjust the slider. This is the most important slider of all of them. It's where I decide if I'm a rebel or not. Am I a rebel or am I sheep? Am I someone that respects directions, respects the rules of the game? You know, I've been having fun with this whole slider business. I don't think I want to disrespect the slider. I'm gonna confirm. I'm gonna follow instructions. Do I know what time it is? Oh yeah. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. No. What is time? Still yes, no? Yes. What is time? Is there anything about myself that I haven't told you? No, actually. No, I think you got the gist of it. Help. It got a little dark at the end there. Got a little... That's very occuboical of me. It was a little occuboical of me. Do you think if I restart... It asked if I would visit it. I might be a liar, though. I'm gonna restart one more time. Because now I feel like it's lonely and wants me to come visit. Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. We are strangers, yeah. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't, right? Who among us has not adjusted the games to my specifications? Like a day job, yeah. What do you do for fun? What do you do for fun, game? And now the job is over. All the day. You still don't really know me. You know. I don't know. I'm not that deep, game. Neither of us know what time it is. Yeah. Unsettable. Oh no. I won't be here when I restart again. Games are meant to be played alone. That's awkward. Oh, bye, I suppose. This is getting interesting. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. One more setting to adjust. That's ominous. You go to therapy for this, not games? I actually go to games instead of therapy, so this is perfect. There's a glowing epilogue button. I should probably click that, huh? Try this. Yeah. What's up, epilogue? Many, many years later. I feel like some time has passed. Ah, it's the barren wasteland. I remember the barren wasteland from the memory zone. I don't see the wreckage of the memory zone though. What's still left of the chair? Is that wood? Are those guns? Just leaning some wood on a chair? This is very peaceful. Very peaceful epilogue. Oh, it is wood. Well, this is... The chairs! All the office equipment. This is very peaceful. Very chill. The only thing I would change about this epilogue is the annoying man in the upper right corner talking over it. That's kind of ruining the moment, you know? There's very atmospheric music going on. Oh, hey! It's the memory place. You would add a bucket. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's all buckets, so... What's a power generator? Is there gonna be a button I can push? Oh, I hope there's a button I can push. Good, good, very good. Is this another review? They do have a review for the Stanley Parable 2 in here. Posted on April 27th by Cookie9. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what makes the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are my new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest, collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Okay. What a very nice, completely not fake review. Cat Dog Born. Oh, what a useful newspaper. Oh, maybe there's a infinite hole I can jump down. Good old Jim. It's so good to be Jim. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to a massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had the vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to put the promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. There's that 25 number again. Good old Jim. Nothing beats Jim. Oh, this is sparkly. Yes! It was everything that I wanted. Yes! 26 of 6! You can't beat those numbers. I mean, I guess I could get an achievement. That would be nice. Well, what's all this? What's all this then? Ooh. Hello. Ah! It's my friend! It's my friend! He's playing the game with me. Here to set settings. It's nice to see you, friend. I missed you. That is terrible news. Preserve the integrity of the franchise. Yeah. I didn't like that bit either. Absolute nonsense. Yes. Maybe we could even help the sun explode. Drag it through the mud and back, yeah. Yeah, fuck the people. And fuck the narrator, yeah. Let it burn, let it all burn. Yeah, okay. Show me how to burn things. Yes. How hard can game development be, right? According to people on Twitter, it's very easy. Overrated job. Change the numbers in the game's title screen. Easier done than said. A really dumb subtitle. Okay. Stanley Parable 3, the 3-inning. Stanley's big baby. Dealing with the ice. Stanley's Parable 3. Fistful of Stanley's big. Oh. Fistful of baby. That's pretty good. One with the content. No More Ice. No More Ice is good. That's a fucking horror story. Beyond Ice. Every time to restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. Okay. Yes, yes. Oh, good. We can ask people if they played Stanley Parable 4 or not. Yes. No, don't do it. Be right there in the epilogue. Well, folks, did we miss anything in the game? We didn't do the apartment ending. I don't know how many new endings there are with the bucket either. I feel like we went through some. The memory zone and all that. I promise you missed a lot. Yeah, fair enough.
This is the story of a man named
I don't know, I've been playing for 3 hours, so I'm pretty sure we got most of it.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he...
Didn't say no with bucket. We said no once.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... the embrace of an
Jump out the
old friend.
window? How do you jump out the
withered
window?
Companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The new content door? Did I push the thermonuclear buttons in order? I did not. I also don't remember where that is. Because my brain is... For one, this game has a way of... making like all of the doors and entryways confusing and blurred together and such, which is intentional. And yeah, the boss office. For the thermonuclear code, I don't know how keen I am on the thermonuclear code. I guess we can do that.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's
Get Chris out of the
was
broom
where
closet.
he'd find answers.
Did I go to the closet? I don't even see the... Oh, here it is. Yeah. How we go in here?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
my
how
bucket.
hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go
This
on,
is a rude broom closet.
lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Yeah.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
Yeah, we've
Go
like
through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich
Walk through the
emotional
hallway together.
landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
Let him have it.
There was that candlelight moment in our apartment. I don't know if I want to share that with the broom closet, actually. That was, like, kind of intimate.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
I did get a sticker.
Take a hike, broom closet. With
It
all
did
their
happen.
meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Well, that happened. I feel like the
All
bucket
right,
is...
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going
Wait,
to slap
I
it
get
on
two
as well
stickers?
because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
Yeah.
That way, if you're ever
Yeah.
unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
Right,
There really
right.
is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Okay. We stickered up. Are we prepared to
You know
leave
what?
this?
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest,
Oh, I can't
I'm
take
sick
that.
of the
I can't take
pettiness
that,
on
yeah.
display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Yeah. Yeah. Take that. Closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I'm stunned.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
I'm
Stanley
crushed.
may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Oh, thank you, bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
This elevator is way better with a bucket. I've tried it both ways. It was much better.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Do the elevator again? Okay. I don't see why not.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. Bucket said nothing.
Good, good. Oh, you missed a lot, Frisbez. We had an epilogue where I was bucketless. And now we got some
said
stickers on the
Stanley.
bucket.
Now, I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my
Yeah,
life.
this is great.
Stanley looked expectantly at
I don't
the
know why
bucket,
there's any
but the
other
bucket
button
remained silent.
than
This
3.
was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket
Is
as
this
it
our
was
first
to
big
him?
fight?
Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okay, well, all right. That was good. Good thing to have happen. I feel like I know more about the bucket now.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's
You can get something
mind.
for spamming 8.
Should he demonstrate the number 3?
If it's
for
not
the
an
bucket
achievement-
again? Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the
Or a
large door
figurine,
that read,
I don't want
Mind
it.
Control Facility.
There's another ending for going back up. I think the door's closed. It's an achievement for 8s? Oh, god damn it. You didn't tell me that.
Rose on an enormous room packed
Easter
with
eggs and
television
achievements are very
screens.
different things.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
There's an achievement over there, it's not a
Monitors like
spoiler.
guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything
I don't
like
actually
this,
care about
and it
achievements.
very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Some of them are funny though.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed
now we're gonna
the
blow up with the bucket.
tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
We could try
At
pushing
this
the
point,
buttons in order.
He could trust no one except for the bucket.
I'm not sure I even know where all the numbered buttons are.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with
There's like
emotions.
4 up there.
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Can you enter the code properly?
For
I don't know what the
he and
code
the
is.
bucket would dismantle the
Is it just 1, 2, 3, 4,
controls
5?
Two best friends.
There's 5 over here,
Stanley
there's
and
4
the
up
bucket
there.
Up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy
3
comment
is, like,
about
behind
taking
something?
down the system.
Oh, here's 2. Oh, here's 1 and 2. So 1, 2. I'm trying to find everything before the timer. The timer, what's the word? Flusters me. Yes, that's it. So 1, 2 over there. Is this 3? Yeah, 3's behind this, and then 4's up there, and then 5 is by this door. So I need to come out here and go right, and get those 2, and then behind that door, up, and then back here. We can do that. We can do it. So now's what we
At last
want.
They came to the
Control!
But at the last, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. The
bucket jumped in?
gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and
You
claim
betrayed
the
me,
power
Bucket!
for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly.
Oh,
Silly birds.
this is way
The
better than
control button
Thermonuclear
became
Explosion.
active again.
Oh, we can push it again, but we can choose birds this time.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Well, that's way less ominous.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley
Good
and
work,
the bucket never
Bucket.
found freedom because
Good
they
work.
spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
This is a good ending.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Aww. We found the best ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Do we need a bucket
Stanley
for the
decided
achievement?
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, it's got the stickers now. Does anyone know if I need the bucket for the up down thing? I do need it. Okay, well,
The bucket made Stanley
let's go do that
want to be
then.
a better man and
Jump
a
out the
better
window?
co-worker. In time,
What
perhaps,
window?
he would become both of those things.
This window? You can't jump in this game. There's no jumping button.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
The one in the first room? You can't go in the first room. Climb on the desk to the right. What? You can't climb on it. There's no ramp. Climb onto the desks. Are you talking about this desk? The 433 thing? 434. Well, it's none of these. Oh, that's a little bit up. Okay. But now I'm just like... I feel like I'm failing at jumping out of a window. And this is bad. Okay, alright. Now do I just like... Yeah. Alright.
Yes, whispered the bucket
Okay.
into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger.
You want an
Of
overview of the game?
redemption,
I
and
feel
its
like you're getting a pretty
crusade
good
to
idea of what the
uplift
game is.
stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception.
The bucket
This was
getting
way
really
too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
getting a little introspective here.
Bucket?
To this, the bucket
So much
furrowed
regret.
its brow.
Buckets don't have brows.
Not since the evil wizard Gambharata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid. You are a bucket. This is so stupid. Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed,
This
the
music's so
bucket
epic.
revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power. Its fangs glistening
Yes. What are those sound effects?
like... My God, Stanley!
Oh no!
You did it! You saved us from the bucket.
Oh,
Thank
no.
God you already
Bucket
had
friend.
all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Amazing. Amazing. Alright, that was best ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
All right,
chest
let's go get those
and
8s.
entered the door on his left. Still no one was
Better
here.
than the whole ending. Was
Stanley
that even
needed
an
the
ending?
bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
I did enjoy the whole.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and
A
the
lot of
bucket
bud for a
walked
small bucket.
upstairs to
It
the
wasn't a
boss's
bucket.
office.
It was a magical beast. Weren't you paying attention?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is
The hole was
certainly
pretty
the
great.
most logical explanation.
Excuse me. This rum drink is delicious. It could use some ice. All my ice is melted. But that's alright. It's still tasty. Back up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons,
Oh, I should
there was
push-
something very intriguing about the number 3. I
should
want to
push
go
those
back
8s.
so I can
That's
try
what I should
pressing
do.
the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Life in the up down. Nice Inoxia. That's a nice bottle of scotch.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
8.
It said 8. Was that it? Was that
After
the
taking
achievement?
some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he
am I
began
supposed to do the
eagerly
3
pressing the
thing
number
first?
3 again and again.
Keep going. Oh no, I ruined it by doing 3s.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back
8.
in the elevator.
8's a reference to the demo. What happened to the demo? I never played this demo.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
This game is called Stanley Parable.
A
in
hint
the
of
stream
regret
title.
nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
In the right category and all that. Yeah, Bimp. Now I kind of don't want to.
No, said Stanley to the bucket.
Don't
You
tell me to
can't
go back up.
on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Are we gonna go do some more 3s? Maybe the bucket will understand if I jam some more 3s.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show
Now
you.
the bucket
He
will
ran to
understand.
the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all. only
Wow, that's cold. I'm pouring my heart out here. Through threes.
To the elevator.
I don't want to return to the elevator.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down.
I get it,
the
Helior.
elevator. He knew that there must
it.
be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Now this time he'll understand the 3. Like I gave up on the 8s. What did I? Someone said that I got the thing. Did I not get the thing for the 8s? How many times do I got to click them?
In my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3.
It said 8 at me. I don't know what's supposed to happen.
He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
This is less of an Easter egg. This is just... Oh ho. Ho ho.
For months he advertised
This is
and
narrative right
marketed his
here.
press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
This is it. This is the day for 3s. I'm so excited.
This was it. One
Oh,
last
I'm
chance
nervous.
to win the bucket over.
All right,
One
bucket.
opportunity to share a true
Now you'll
connection
understand.
with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure.
This is dark.
And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither
ending
wishing to
sucks.
state the obvious, that any sense of real respect
I want the
between
bird
them
ending.
had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Folza33. Sharing the 3. Thanks for 11 months there, Folza. Oh. 11 times 3 is 33.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I think I'm
Stanley
gonna do
decided to go to
the
the meeting room.
nuclear
Perhaps he had
ending.
simply missed a memo.
No bucket, and see what pushing the numbers in order does. Because I don't think I did that the first time. When I played this game like 5 years ago or whatever. Or the original anyway. That was dark. It
When
was
Stanley came
super
to a
dark.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nuclear
Yet there was not a
ending.
single person here either.
Gonna try
Feeling
not
a wave of
exploding.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Off the cargo lift onto the catwalk. We did that. I don't know if I did it
Stepping
with
into
bucket
the
and
manager's
without,
office,
but I
Stanley
definitely
was
did that,
once again
yeah.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible.
All right.
He didn't even have a single minute to just
Yeah.
let the narrator talk.
This is good.
That kind of
We're gonna have a
anxiety
moment.
isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Yep. Yep. This is the part where we get to relax. I wonder how long I have to wait.
And rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Just trying to set off thermonuclear annihilation.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Horrible secrets.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I gotta say, pressing the numbers in order is not gonna be better than the bird ending, though.
Now the monitors.
The bird
jumped to
ending's pretty
life,
top tier.
their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
You in the bucket
Stanley's
watching bird
co-workers.
videos until end
The
of time.
lives of so many individuals reduced
That's
to
so good.
images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been
Hey, Dr. Rivers needs to
manipulated
sob into
accept
sharing
it
that
blindly?
prime. Gonna blow up the
No.
facility.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own
refuse
life
to accept
in
it.
someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was
Time for
it
me
even
to take
possible?
control.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation.
All right, so 1 and 2 are over
Controls
there.
labeled with emotions.
3's over
happy
here.
Or sad, or content.
4's up the stairs.
Walking, eating, working.
We got this.
All of it monitored and commanded.
We got
from
this.
very place. And as the cold
Y'all ready to
reality
see
of
my
his
elite
past
gamer
began to
skills?
sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. over
Ha!
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
better believe I did.
Enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you want?
machine is mine!
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to
How different is it to the
understand,
original?
there's only so much that machine can do. You
Pretty
were
different. Right now
supposed
I'm
to
just
let
like
it
within the
go.
original
Turn
game.
the controls
But I can go
off
back and go over the new
and
content
leave.
too.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
Most
I'm
of
afraid you don't
the-
have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this person.
It's roughly double the content.
Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode.
But it still has the
detonating
original game
entire
within it.
complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's
1, 2.
desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time
3.
left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
4.
I barely know where to start.
If only there was one of those 5
You'd like to know
buttons.
where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them.
Yeah, wasn't there a
I
number
turned off the
5?
machine. I set you free. Of course,
Was it in
that was
here?
merely in this instance of
No,
the
those are
story.
the on and off
Sometimes
buttons.
when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly.
Does
and
anyone
then
see
die
where number
alone.
5 is? I could have sworn
Other
there was
times,
one.
I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone
the stairs.
inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have
Well,
to
this is
say
at number
though,
5.
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you
shit.
try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich.
I could just leave. Oh, I can't just leave.
But I'm sure whatever I come
Well,
up
here's-
with on the
oh,
next
no, that's 1 and
go
2.
around
I already
will be
pushed
even
those.
better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These
pushing
are
5 didn't do
precious
anything.
Additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Is there
Or
a
did you
6?
just assume when
I
you
don't
saw
see a
that
6
timer
anywhere.
that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
Should I go through them again?
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these
Well, now I
colored
feel
ones.
silly.
Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose
The numbers
is,
on the
Mason?
wall? What do you think I'm pushing?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for
I didn't do
every
anything.
moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
52142? Are you just
You
like
wanted to
saying
control
stuff?
this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds.
Turn on the
you have
corresponding
left to struggle.
stations? That sounds like a
30
lot of
seconds
work.
Until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go?
Oh, it says 427. Should I have typed in 427?
Make it count.
I think it's too late now.
It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing.
Painted
at
on the
every
wall?
second of
What are you
your
talking
inevitable
about?
Life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever up.
Yeah, I think I should have typed in 427, because I'm an employee 427. Oh, right, there wasn't a 7 number, so you couldn't do that. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I tried.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a
I never did the
trace of his
window
co-workers.
without the bucket.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
How
He
clever.
then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're
0521
here,
and
what do you
0142?
think? Isn't this
Oh, do I have to go back
fine,
and try
unique
again?
place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think?
I didn't see a 0.
This gag yet?
I didn't see a 0 number. Huh.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like
could I know?
right now. You could have done it just then.
Yeah.
Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
I'm not a
Any of
quitter,
these
though.
Points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
I don't wanna do it.
Just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how
Wow.
long you can maintain.
This game is a fuck. This is fine. A
There
little bit of guitar
once
music.
was a man named
Oh,
Stanley,
he's singing?
who people considered
I can sing along.
manly. But the truth must be told, He was
not very old
and was
quite particularly gangly.
What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence.
How long did this song go on?
Terrible.
I know
And if you are not strong,
that
and
they would
keep
have kept the
playing
narrator
along,
to
you
sing this
too
for a finite amount
will
of time.
become quite unbearable.
If they,
You too will become quite unbearable.
I feel like it's disrespectful of the narrator's time, like to skip through the narration. Like that he spent so long. He spent like 3 different takes on each one of these. And if nobody hears them, that's just like a waste of his life's purpose, right? Okay, I feel like I have to restart now. The game has bested me.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
The
here
skip
it
button?
was. Had
The skip
bucket
button was in
turned
the
out
new
to be correct?
content.
Was this
It's
better
hard
than
to
the
describe
meeting?
the skip button
Never
without
mind.
spoiling a lot
The bucket was wrong.
of a pretty incredible
Stanley
scene,
took
really.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I think actually my favorite part of the Stanley
Said the bucket.
Ultimate
Don't
Experience.
go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
skip
cargo
button.
lift, yes.
It's
Go
it's
there.
tied
Go
between
to
the skip
cargo
button.
lift.
It's like skip button, bird ending, hole are my 3. That's my order of my 3 favorite things.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Dying
Stanley did
here?
not question
I haven't
why or
died
how
here.
this bucket
I
was
could do that with the
steamed.
bucket. Yeah, let's go.
It should have alarmed him.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death.
That's some
that they
Romeo
might
and
die
Juliet
in
shit.
One another's arms. How deeply touching.
But without like creeping on children.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Was this the one that you have to do 40 times? It was one of these ones in the early year. Well, I tried. Game's got me rustling doors.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
4:30, not 4:28. I feel like you're fucking with me, Helior.
Compassionate.
I feel like I'm being fucked with.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this
Yes,
for
I want an
achievement?
achievement.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
This has been way more than 5
Suppose
clicks.
You were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
It said 40 the first
Perhaps
time.
50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I'll click this door a fucking 100 times. I don't give a fuck. I've got a bucket. I've got my rum
I'm
drink.
Still not feeling it. You see, now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough.
Well, what other door?
Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now, that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
Okay. Where's door 417? 420. Oh, here we are.
Okay, great. Now,
Hey,
go
Scott
touch
Man,
the
thanks for
bucket
41
on door
months.
437 a few times.
437. What was that back in there? This is an interesting quest. Buckety, touchy quest. Oh, it's not here. Oh, here it is.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere.
Yes.
How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
I feel like the narrator's getting off on this. Bucket love?
Now back to door number 437.
There better be a sick fucking
You know,
achievement for this.
I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you
damn it.
rub the bucket on it a bit?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I don't know where the copy machine is. Was it in that first room? Was it? Oh, no, here it is. That's this.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really
Oh, my
feeling it
fucking
now.
God.
I think we're getting somewhere.
There's nothing. I'm not going to get anything for this, am I?
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
I know you could get on employee 419's desk. I'm so close. Can't you just call this good? How do you get on this? There's no jump button, so I'm just like literally just like jiggling against it, hoping that I get on the desk. Crouch? What's the fucking crouch button?
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416. We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
I don't want to hear this narrator orgasm.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it!
Ah!
That felt amazing.
The achievement is just
Not
click
all
the door
buckets will
5
get
times.
This kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building. Or
Yeah.
what it's like to be employee 419.
Yeah.
Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Good, I'm glad you're proud.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
What was
to
I
his
gonna do?
chest and entered
I was
the
gonna
room.
jump onto
This
that.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the
Yip,
bucket
dip,
turned out to
doo,
be
dub, doo,
correct?
dub,
No,
wahoo.
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back
Try
to
going
the
down
meeting
again.
room.
I think the down only had like one ending though.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, that danger sign. I think that's the 3rd time I've seen the danger sign.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right,
Right.
there. It says,
No
no,
buckets
buckets
past
past
this
this
point."
point.
Am I supposed to come here
Stanley,
without
how
the
would you
bucket?
think it was okay to bring the bucket here.
I think this is like literally the
What
first
if
thing I did with the
problem is
bucket.
that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't.
Oh,
a
right. That's
I
right.
suppose that would explain a lot about your
Yeah.
behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness.
We get the
I
bucket
think we
test
have to
again.
do something about it.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Yeah, I wonder if the answers are going to be the same as last time.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll
This
tell me
basically
whether
is
or
the
not
Is It
thing
Cake
I'm showing you is a bucket.
TV show.
Simple enough, right? This
But
should
all
tell us
bucket-based.
everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Nope, not bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
Oh, it is the same
not an
answers.
actual bucket.
Now this next bucket, I should have acted like I'd never played this part.
Item 2.
Some people that just
Is
came in
this a bucket?
at this part and could think that I was a genius. Now that's a 3D printed bucket if I've ever seen one. Oh man. Clearly not a bucket. Clearly a 3D printed facsimile.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Now this one's a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Impressive? Yeah. I know a thing or two about buckets. How can I tell? I've been carrying this bucket around for so long.
Is this a bucket?
Clearly not. This is a tractor.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
Not a bucket
To be
at all.
honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much.
Even this? What do you mean?
Thank you for not
I've been
making
acing
me
this
look like an
test.
idiot. Okay, next one.
And
Is
this
a
one,
bucket?
this one might look like another tractor, but this one actually is a bucket. Yeah, somehow.
Correct.
I think this is one of the
a
few that we actually got right on the first run.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I actually can't remember this one. Does chat remember? This is the part where I need chat's help. Oh, it's both. Yeah, I can't get this one right. Fuck. Well, how do I advance then? I wanted a perfect score. Maybe if I just click on it. Oh, it won't let me leave the circle of truth here.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Ah!
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank
shit,
you.
what up?
There's nothing here.
Hey, Monkey
Of
Owl
course
thinks
it
the
isn't
10
a
months.
bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
No, you're not a
I'm
bucket.
losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship
Someone mentioned
apart.
Buckethead.
I can't have that. I'm sorry.
Apparently the
I'm
reason
going to
that
erase
he
all
performs with a
buckets from
bucket
the game entirely. Okay. Here
is
we
part
go.
of his protest against KFC. He's extremely vegetarian.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea.
I'm not making that up.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley,
You're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
You can Google it, Master
okay?
Mike.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
It feels like this was pretty similar to saying yes to the bucket questions. Should I ignore the bucket this time? We went down the elevator, right? Let's down that elevator. The baby ending? What's the baby ending? We incinerated a baby as part of a game demo. The last time I played the game, I hit the apartment ending, but I don't remember how to do it again. And I don't think I intentionally hit it last time. I think I just like fumbled my way into it somehow. "4 hours of torture." Do I have 4 hours? It's 11 o'clock. I do not have 4 hours. If the baby ending took 3 hours, I could do that. Top of the lift without the bucket. Yeah, I could do that. Go up the lift, not carrying the bucket.
When Stanley
Look at
came
Chad
to a set
remembering
of
my
2
things.
open this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
No,
knew
the
it
bucket was
perfectly
inside
well.
us all along.
Perhaps
The
he
game
wanted to
establishes
stop by
that.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was
Yeah, I think the
sublime,
baby ending
a
is
work
keeping the
of
baby
art.
alive for 4 hours.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm not doing that.
Stanley was so
I didn't
bad
even have the
at following
patience to push that button
directions, it's
once the
incredible it
first
wasn't
time.
5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing
Seek therapy?
but you
I
all
mean,
this time.
if we had another hour of
Is there
stream time, I
someone
would
you've
jam
been
it.
neglecting, Stanley?
And I would have my
Someone
friends,
you've forgotten about?
you guys, you folks.
Stop
I'd have all of
trying
you
to make
here,
every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me.
keeping me company for all 4 hours. My true ride or dies. That'd be a good
This is it,
experience.
Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your
And people
work
would come into the
aside,
stream partway like,
to
why is
let
anyone
her
watching
back
this?
into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You
All right,
need
I'm supposed
be
to unplug
one-
the phone.
Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually
And I didn't unplug it with the
chose
bucket
incorrectly.
either.
I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's
I'm glad you
definitely
did too,
here
Shadow.
Tuesday. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is
Some
that
of them
even
excited about
possible?
Legrand.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Gonna be playing some Cthulhu.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this
Joined a
game
few
for so
Dragonlance
long. If you made
based
any more wrong choices,
talks.
you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the
Real person
severity
named
of the
Jim.
situation?
Yeah, we're all
Well,
named
I wouldn't
Jim.
have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Yes.
Choice. It's the best
I love
part of
videos.
being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. he could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Oh, there's a
Or he
burger in
could
this
spend years
game.
of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
What the fuck is a back sack
Most
and
medical
crack?
professionals
Is that an erotic
recommend making
massage?
at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
It's hair removal?
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed
Let's
that
rip
this
that a
room
little.
has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry.
Got a little
now that
cluttered.
you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay. All right.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. I'm glad I couldn't do that. Can't afford $5,000 just for suicide. If you were lying right now, stop. Yeah, stop it. Stop lying. Follow the sign. Bit of backtracking going on here, huh?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Fantastic.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We did do the broom closet. We did it with Bucket.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps
Oh,
we're not too
no.
late.
Chad distracted me. Bobby.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
You gotta.
I have to.
This is aggressive.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now
It's
look where
aggressive.
we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Couldn't have been that good of a
What,
game
did you
if it was
think that would be
destroyed so
funny?
easily.
You just had to see.
Just
Didn't I impress
saying.
upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would
What?
have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All
Alright,
right.
we got this.
When Stanley came to a set of
Do we go
two
left or
open
right this
doors,
time?
He entered the door on his left.
So last time I went right and everything kind of like dismantled. Bucket? Okay, we can go bucket.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always
Is it gonna
putting
make
the
me go
story
left?
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a
Basically a
set
DM,
of two
yeah.
open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
quite sure you'll
I don't
be
think
up to the
it's gonna
task.
make me go.
Just follow
It's
my
gonna
lead
let me
and
go
you'll be
right.
fine.
I think I have to
All
go
right.
left to progress things.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be
Maybe
up to
it'll
the
do something
task.
different
Just
if I go
follow
right
my lead and
now.
You'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of two
One of these
open
times it's gonna
doors,
let me go
he
right.
entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
All right, now this
That means
time.
choosing responsibly and always
This
putting
time.
the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just
What was
follow my
Asimov's
lead and you'll
definition
be
of
fine.
insanity?
All right.
I think that was like
When
programming
Stanley
a
came to
robot
set of
to
two
get
open
off
doors,
before it got
he
you
entered
off.
the door on his left.
I think that was like the first rule of Asimov's. Always get the human off first. Something. Oh, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've read Asimov.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided
Always
to
put
go
salt
up to
in your
his
eyes?
boss's
That sounds
office,
right.
hoping he might find an... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
Literally
office.
can't go downstairs. I feel like I'm being railroaded here.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Ellipses, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 73 months. Won't even let me go in the bathroom. I can't even look at the shitter.
Stepping inside
Oh.
his manager's office, Stanley was once
office
again
is different.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He
Yeah.
drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code.
Night Shark 115.
115.
Night Shark
He spoke
115.
it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I'm doing the best I can.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
It's not the game doesn't. There's no. That's not a.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted
could
over
not.
there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
Oh, fun perspective.
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
We got another ending.
Stanley, this is important.
I'm gonna quick go grab myself some ice to refresh my my beverage. I need more ice, more rum. I want to unplug the phone with the bucket. I think that's gonna be my next approach. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah.
I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Hey! I've returned! I've returned with ice. It's more rum in it. I'm glad you're enjoying watching, Pugtini. Hell yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
decided
mean?
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed...
Stanley's
Yes.
bucket. The only co-worker he would ever choose.
The only one I would ever need.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
How do you get the bucket into the new content? The bucket is the new content. Are you talking about the new content door?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
The new content
Stanley
door is where you
felt
find the bucket.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out
So I think
to be
once you've
correct?
gone through
No,
that.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Then you just like don't do it anymore.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Should I try hopping
the
down
cargo
there?
lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
There's like nothing for me to do down there, right? There's no like actual door or whatever. Well, it just takes me a second to check.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number.
These relics of the past.
I've lost track.
Does anyone watching have a cassette player?
Real anymore.
Even if it's in your car.
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the
A three-head tape deck?
emptiness in my
I don't even know what that
chest
means.
when I set it down.
Three-head?
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Oh shit, what up?
It's got it in reverse.
Everything feels so.
Is this the tape played backwards? Hey, DCM
What
Dane,
do
thanks
I
for
do
65
with
months.
this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable
It's
the
getting
amounts
spooky.
of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
This is like a quiet place. But with a bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket's always wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Is the
cargo
bucket the
lift,
Ultra
yes.
Deluxe
Good.
Edition?
Said the bucket.
There's a lot.
Now
There's a lot
ride the
going
lift
on with the
all the
Ultra
way to the
Deluxe
top.
Edition.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets
There's a whole
can't
memory
talk.
zone.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket
There's a
had
Stanley
spoken
Parable
to
2
him,
zone.
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
There's a lot going on.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see,
Oh,
there's
right.
a sign right there.
That's
it says,
right.
no buckets past this point.
Oh, it's gonna make
how
me
could you think
fucking-
It was okay to bring the bucket here.
It's gonna make me
Unless-
do the
What if
fucking
the problem is that you
tractor thing
actually
again. I
don't
don't want to do
know
the tractor
what
thing
is a-
again. Let's let's skip on past that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's see. Have I exhausted all the bucket content? I'm trying to think. I think we took it downstairs. We tried to escape with it. We ran it through the nuclear thing. That's how we got to bird ending. Unplug the phone with the bucket. The phone area is where I just was. If you try to go to the phone area with the bucket, it says you can't go through there. That's where you have to jump off, right? Right? The phone's at the top. Oh, okay. Well, my bad.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the...
Oh, we
meeting
definitely
room.
found the infinite
But
hole.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling
Yeah, we
to
went
him,
through that whole area.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had
we
the
fully
bucket turned out to be
de-infinited it?
correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Yes to the sequels
No,
and the epilogue.
said the
Okay.
bucket.
I mean, we could
Don't
go back to the
meeting
epilogue.
room. Go somewhere else.
Re-answer that.
The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Ow.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have
goodness.
really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can
we're gonna
watch to
learn.
fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here.
Already has the instructional video. Perfect.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Hell yeah, I can.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of
Accurate.
your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
How about
These
that?
are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
Hey,
With
Black
these
Fire, thanks
steps
for 27
complete,
months.
it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the
I'm
funny."
Dunny with the
now.
funny. I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm
Good.
Dunny with the funny.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
This is
Finally,
also kind
it's
of
time to hand out
what it's like
surveys.
to be a streamer.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all
That's
there is.
smart.
With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
How can you get a
Just
full
remember to let
audience
them stop laughing
that
at
distance
some
from you,
point,
though?
You gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that
Yeah, you
in
got the
mind,
gist of it.
I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Yeah, it's gonna make me go through this again, huh?
I can feel it.
Now
This
with the
time,
bucket.
I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept.
Oh,
the king of
I lost one of my
comedy.
stickers.
That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have
I had the property of
instructional
Stanley
videos.
sticker, and then I had a
Otherwise,
bucket
who knows
sticker,
where we'd
and
be
I only
right
have the
now.
property sticker.
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
Did anybody notice when I lost it? When I lost the sticker?
The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
How did that happen? Losing a sticker? I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh my. Okay.
What? We're back at the phone already? No, no, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now
Yeah, I
the
gotta say, I
timing's
don't get the
completely
humor.
off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think
Wasn't the Two Doors
I
a
need to go
TV show?
back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
I wonder if this game's ripping off the show.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Hey, let's go. Oh.
What?
Melissa,
We're back
again.
at the phone already? Oh, no.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a
Too many
set
cooks.
of 2 open
Too
doors,
many
they
cooks.
entered the door on the
Too
left.
many cooks. Too many cooks.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
What?
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this
Excuse
was
me?
all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
Yeah.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to
Yeah.
be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
You made a pale joke.
Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
Chat's been trying to make a pale joke the whole
I
time.
heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
Yes. Do we get another video? Oh. Oh, maybe we don't. Or maybe we do.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think the last time I was in this room, I took the bucket. So maybe I'll try not taking the bucket? Or am I supposed to take the bucket? You're dunning with the funny? I'm never dunning with the funny. Oh, it got its sticker back! The sticker was gone and now it's back. Maybe they only coded the sticker for like 9/10 of the game or something like that. We went to an area where that sticker wasn't coded. Open the doors. What doors? The doors? There's multiple doors, friend.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I could try not unplugging the phone.
Still,
I think I should have gone down.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase,
Yeah.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered
all
the
the
possibility of facing his
figurines.
boss, admitting he had left his post
I've
during
not done the
work
escape
hours.
pod
He might be
ending.
fired for that. And in
I
such
haven't
a
done the
competitive
apartment
economy,
ending,
why had he taken
the escape
that
pod
risk?
ending.
All
Those are the
because
only
he
two endings
believed
that I know of
everyone
that I haven't done yet.
vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He
That
looked
might be
down
the
at
apartment
bucket
one,
in his
Ignoble
arms.
Cynic.
Am I crazy?
Not unplugging?
He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. Well, that's strange, Stanley
Heaven
thought.
ending?
Usually
Yeah.
the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for
Or it's
me
not called
in
heaven, it's
difficult
called, like,
times such as these.
Eternal
He
Bliss
held
or
the
something.
bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket.
It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Hey, running Falapos thinks the sub thinks the 37 months.
Were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from
Oh,
room
right,
to
this is
room,
the one
passing by
where fucking what's-her-face. Right. No, we've gone to that ending.
Stanley
Sorry to
had
jerk
never
everyone.
seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was.
Alright, let's do the phone thing again.
Himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
To the
but
phone.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Go
telling him
into
that
the
the
phone.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back.
Yeah, I
to
think
the
I'm running
meeting
out
room.
of other things to try.
No,
Said the bucket.
We said the
don't go
phone
to
like
the
one
meeting
or two
room.
times.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good.
We
said
did the phone with the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Did we do the
There's
phone without
something
the
up there
bucket?
I need you to do.
I mean, we unplugged the phone with
Stanley
the
did
bucket.
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Just
it
now.
should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose
Oh,
not
the
to
phone
think
with
about
bucket
this
was the candle
obvious
room,
fact.
bedroom with the
He
bucket.
was
Yeah,
firmly
we did do
convinced
that.
The bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
Jumping off here.
did
Yeah, I think
whatever
we
the
did like
bucket
everything with
asked.
the bucket. Fuck it, the bucket. Yeah. Well, can anyone think of something that I haven't done? Yeah, we did the bed with the bucket thing twice because it was so good. Have I put the bucket on my head? I have not. I've not tried that. Phone without bucket? Yeah, where we don't unplug? Because we did unplug. We got to that ending. Are there other things to do with the extra content room? People are saying that I can go back to the extra content room if I say yes in the epilogue, but otherwise I'm not really able to go back to it. Did I go to the bottom of the stairs without the bucket? Yeah. The walkway? Which one? The answer is yes. We've jumped onto the walkway with and without the bucket. We have done the jump off and die, which I think I'm going to do here anyway, simply because
But Stanley feared that any path
it's
he
quicker than
walked
restarting.
might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Yeah, I think it might just be epilogue stuff. But we haven't hit endings that I know about that were like in the base game. I just like don't know how to get to them. We did Epid, yeah. Yeah, the bucket ending jumping out the window was pretty fantastic. I think it was like a top 3 ending for me. Which endings? Paradise ending, apartment ending. What am I thinking of? The ones that we've been talking about that I clearly haven't done in front of you in this whole stream. Path to the left of the lift. Yeah, if you jump down there, we've done that as well. Jumping into the... onto that, and then there's like a crawl space that you can go down. We've done that with and without bucket. Saving the baby for 4 hours? Well, we're not doing that. I'm not gonna stream the baby sequence for 4 hours. Not without a lot more rum than I actually have. The computer stuff. The apartment is just don't unplug the phone. Don't unplug the phone without bucket. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it's not so hard. Run back through the boss's doors. It starts to close behind you. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know about that one. Activate computer, restart. I don't know what computers you're talking about even. Like what even zone it would be in. But that's alright. I don't need to find every single ending. Yeah, so this epilogue part, for people that are joining us, is kind of amusing if you've played through the first section. We're seeing reviews of Stanley Parable 2. In an earlier part, they talk about, well, there's the memory zone with reviews of Stanley Parable 1. It's much less amusing if you if you haven't had that scene. They're just trucking along through, redoing the epilogue so we can go revisit content. Is there a way to break out of the nuclear ending? I don't know. I don't know if there is or not. Nuclear is just as nuclear does. We tried though. Certainly tried. Yeah. Let's do it. Broken achievement. I'd like an achievement. Oh man, this is so much better with ice. I'm so glad I fixed that. Yes, achievements, let's go. Yeah. Roll it up. I'm super ready. You are playing the Stanley Parable 3, Fistful of Baby. The fucking... What is that car? What is that car doing? I can't play Fistful of Baby. Now maybe Stanley Parable 4. Maybe I could play Stanley Parable 4. A game of pantry. Now this is a game I can play. Perfect.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Skip!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Finally, yes. The bucket. Yes, yes, yes.
Bucket to the new content zone.
New content? What does that mean, new content?
I did not Mardect. Oh, you've never seen Stanley Parable, Goody Phil? Yeah. Well, it's kind of a meta game.
And thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable.
A lot shorter than this one.
A reimagining
I mean,
of the game for consoles
this game can
and
be
mobile
quite short.
computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Give me that new
Oh,
content.
this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley, I've just now realized that bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
We broke the narrator.
Hold
Narrator's
on.
having a real one.
Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order. All right. All right.
I don't
let's
get any
see
jumps.
The jump circle?
When did this refresh? Shit. I should have saved some jumps for this run. Burn through them.
The giant door. Did you see
Gluttonously,
them already?
greedily.
Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly
Ah,
be?
gotcha, goody film.
And I figured
Yeah, we're in
out
the
how
Ultra
hell
Deluxe.
To make a sequel to this game?
I'd say it's about double the amount of content. And we've pretty much gone through it all. Nearing the tail end.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish.
Well
The
done,
bucket
narrator.
is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly
comfort
to the
bucket.
bucket, never letting it go. It means
Yeah.
I won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet
Yeah,
salve
fuck
of
them
victory
gamers.
on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win.
Huh, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, let's apartment ending, and then I'll try and do that boss thing.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
Like when
he
the
wanted to
boss door is
stop by the
closing, you go
employee
back through it
lounge
apparently.
first, just to
Could try
admire
that.
it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth
Don't hate that
admiring,
idea.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
More new content ending? Yeah? Do I go through it without
Stanley
the bucket?
was so bad at following directions.
do I bring the bucket
it's
back
incredible
again?
He wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your
Computers?
enemy, really, I'm not.
Yeah,
I
I
realize
haven't
that
done the computer
investing
stuff.
your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been
Drop off the
neglecting,
box.
Stanley.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Keep bringing the
This is
bucket?
it, Stanley.
Sure.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Yeah.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, meddling kids thinks the sub thinks 8 months. The number of buttons? No, I don't think there's a way. I don't think the buttons ever matter, Swordmaster. I think you just always explode.
All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving
I
wife?
did not.
They
I did
wanna
not in
commit
any
their
way
life
think
to
that.
you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh, if I go down here.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh, okay. Look
This
up a
is a
mannequin
very
wife.
sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Yeah. Press L. Sure, why not?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Yeah.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
I missed
Now
lunch.
He's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind, he
I feel
can
like
go
there's
on
only so many
fantastic
options within
adventures.
society.
From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Yeah, let's watch
And
the
so he
TV.
began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Oh no. That's dark. Spend time with the boys?
So
let's do
he
that.
went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Prepare some dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began
What
to
happened to
fill
my
it with many
refrigerator?
possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors
I work
and
hard
mind
for that
controls.
refrigerator.
And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely
will,
there's
Prince
an
Igor,
answer
yeah.
down some new path, mustn't there be?
Why not?
Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I want to push the button. I want to push it so hard. Chat, should I push the button? I think it's more about the illusion of choice, exalted bias. A company builds an office building, and they need to fill those seats, and the seats will be filled. And the people, the cogs working there, think that they have choice, but they don't really. It's about the illusion of choice. I like that, yeah.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself?
I pressed I.
How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to.
Oh shit,
But I
what
don't
up?
make the rules.
Hey, Dudley
I
Dank
simply
fixed the
play to
64
my
months.
intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once
Not
more
so
to
different at
convey all
all.
this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Good stuff. Yeah, I think that was my favorite ending on my first playthrough of the OG.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
Seize the destiny. Going through the new content with my bucket friend. Bucket was inside of me the whole time, and sometimes I still sexed it a little bit. It's my bucket song.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
But we've already been here.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Study?
I don't think I ever took a screenshot
Okay,
in here.
I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday.
Fucking, I got a Dropbox pop-up from doing a screenshot.
Which would you go with?
So I had to pause the...
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize
I've successfully
that you knew
changed
which
the
one you
balloons.
actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Let's see. It's down here. Nothing. Yeah. My screenshots are not doing anything. If they were supposed to do something. Should we go in the reassurance bucket room with our reassurance bucket? That might be too meta. Can I get 2 buckets? Can I dual wield fucking...
Wait, there are 2 buckets here? How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Yes! Yes!
Stanley!
Oh, thank God. I didn't lose you.
No, my bucket!
The power of 2 buckets was too much.
No!
I had to destroy both of them.
No!
How much the bucket meant
Why'd
to me,
you...
but I couldn't take the risk.
No!
I hope one day you can forgive me.
Never! Bucket! Bucket! We went through so much.
Oh shit, what up?
I'm gonna leave a 0-star Steam review. Hey, Thrill Rider, thanks for the 31 months. Enjoy those Bezo Bucks, Stanley. Yeah. Yeah. There's one thing I didn't do here. It was like the settings championship or something. I don't think these elevators do anything. Hear your name in the game. So long as your name is Jim.
And
everyone's
epilogue
name
would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Collectibles, we did that bit. I wonder if I can get even more collectibles. We got like 12 out of 6 or something, 18 out of 6. There's the infinite hole. Settings World Championship. Yeah, this is what I didn't do the first time. The bit of content that I missed. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Free achievement. I mean, we did the free achievement the first time. You think it's different now? Sure wouldn't mind a free achievement.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it...
Oh, shit!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell
We
is
got
going
it.
on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
Oh, I'm not doing that,
Who
Dendy.
fixed it?
Oh, fuck
Someone
that.
here? Are you being watched? Oh, God.
Yeah, that seems like as obnoxious as the baby ending.
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Oh, we're not even playing 2. We're playing 4 or something at this point, right? Narrator thinks we're playing the wrong game. It's pretty fast. What, to change all your settings a billion times? I mean, I don't think it's actually going to take 4 hours, but it is obnoxious. Let's see here. Can we collectible again? No, we can't collectible again. Can we hole again? The infinite hole is pretty top tier.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
Yes.
It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games is a... You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of
Pretty
my
top
more
tier.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great.
Oh.
Now, I'm very excited to show you
Cool.
even more of my ideas for the sequel.
That's all that then? Once again, explore the infinite hole to the depth that's available there. Sweet. Wow, Bocce. Wow. Alright, I'll try the settings thing. I'm here after all. So we go... This goes to 78. Does this count? If I just like drag through all of them? Or do I have to leave it at them?
Story of a man.
Clickety, clickety, click. Oops. Let's go the wrong way there. Rum. Was this where I was at before? I don't remember. It was one of those. I don't remember what my anti-aliasing was supposed to be. Do I have to change all the key bindings? Press the any key. Well, where's the any key? Oh, there is a crouch button. I haven't been pressing it this entire time. Left control. I've literally not pressed crouch this entire fucking game. Horse shit. General tab has some hidden options. God damn it. You promised me this would be short. Oh, I didn't do this. Haha! Settings world champion. Oh, but it still doesn't. Oh, no, here we go.
Aha!
Yeah!
I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So,
well, that's a good use of that meme.
In the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is
This is it, chat. This is my fucking trophy.
I haven't quite figured that part out
And they
yet,
said it's a 2-1
but I just
stream.
know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking
Apparently
forward
I did,
to trying
Dendy,
out
because I got the
every
fucking
level
achievement.
of bumpscosity
Scoreboard,
in the
bitch.
Stanley Parable 2.
Alright. What's this hole? It says that's new. I don't think I've been in this hole, have I? Oh, this is the epilogue thing. Sure. Cool. Well, how do I get out of this then?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Everyone that is not named Jim, you're gonna have to stop watching. Or change your name to Jim.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as
Very
Jim
accurate.
to really simulate the full experience of this
So long as
feature.
we're all named
Just
Jim.
play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up
Hold
the
the
backstory.
fuck on.
If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
Did one of y'all not
Allow
legally
yourself
change your name to
become
Jim?
Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing
It won't let us
frisbee on the
advance.
weekends as Jim, staying up
Unless
all night
everybody
for
watching.
a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim.
What's everyone's favorite
In your
fringe
soul,
religious group?
Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see.
Whatever happened with the fern?
What a thrill,
We
what
saw
a
the
rush.
fern
That was you.
on the
The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
one of the credit sequences. There were pictures of it.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley
Zoroastrians?
Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained
guess
from
they're
all of this
fringed.
personal validation.
In a way, I don't know. Like the Christianity, Judaism, Muslims, like all of them are like sort of offshoots, right?
Whoa there, cowboy.
Similar
Sometimes
bits.
a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
I think I like the Janes. Is that fringe enough? That might not be fringe enough. Those folks are hardcore, though. Live their entire life trying to harm as little as possible, including like a vegetarian lifestyle and stuff. And then the truly hardcore members, at the end of their lives, will starve themselves to death to make up for the harm that they unintentionally caused during their lives, as like an act of atonement. That's some hardcore shit. The pasta one, the Pastafarians. That's a good one. You think I got a new setting? Yeah, we were talking about that. Bumpscosity. Yeah, here it is. What is this? What does this change? It adjusts the bumpscosity. All right. It's adjusted. It's adjusted, folks.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I forgot how to leave this area. What's the point I'm at? There's the button that I was at. Wouldn't let me in the collectibles. That's where it blew up my bucket. The infinite hole. The jump circle that we already checked out. Oh, the exit. Right. Quite right.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together.
It's starting to feel
as
as though
one
I've exhausted this
single
area.
video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay
Yeah, I don't remember Mark Chalice. It's been so long since I've seen Parks and Rec.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Which I thought was fine, Parks and Rec.
Well,
better than The
I mean,
Office.
there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
But I don't think it's
Hold
like as
on. Let me
rewatchable
do
as
a
like
different
30 Rock.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't
Zorbies.
a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original.
Yeah.
Wait,
Structure.
maybe that's it.
Everyone needs
I can
structure.
take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Maybe I can
With
get my
respect,
bucket back.
with care for the vision
Huh?
and integrity of the original
Jerk.
game. Would it
Pulling up my
possibly
bucket?
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title
I wonder if I'll
screen
have the
that says with
stickers.
bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2.
I don't
see
think
if
a
I
big
can whip
mistake
something up.
to have not watched 30 Rock.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take
I think
a
it's good comedy, but like, not everybody needs to see like every fucking comedy show, right?
All of his co-workers were
Could be too
gone.
late. It's
What
not too
did it
late.
mean?
No.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's like some jokes that are time specific, but I think 30 Rock probably holds up better than like Seinfeld, for example.
It's bucket time.
Yeah, it's bucket time. All right. I feel like I've exhausted new content. Oh, I was gonna do the computers thing. Does someone want to explain how to do the computers thing? I don't know how. Do I just click anyone that's awake? Hey, Bayrox, thanks for 13 months. It was something about turning them off and then restarting. Is there a ritual about it? Find the computer that says awaiting input and use it. I can't read them, though.
Stanley flung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers
Does
really
this say
all
awaiting
be
input?
gone?
I can't tell. I can't read that text. I could just click all of them. Everyone that's... You'll be clear when I find it? Are they all in this intro area?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That one's not clear. None of these seem clear. Awaiting input. Input received. We did it. I feel like I should be doing this with Bucket. Ah, there's 5 of them. Sure. This is all pretty straightforward now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah, my co-workers.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What could it
Perhaps he had
mean?
simply missed a memo.
I feel like I should have seen it by now, huh? Should be one of those. Hopefully that didn't screw it up.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Should I just try restarting?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Am I missing it somewhere? Oh, these are the two doors. One of them's near the boss's room, so I do have to go through the doors. How much would they have to pay me to work in this office the full time? Right now I work out of my basement, like who cares? I'm literally working in this office right now to Muffin Man, if you think about it. So the boss's
Stanley
office
came
is
to a set of
fucking
2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
quite a way through, but we'll get there.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I'm gonna
Feeling
input that
a wave
fucking
of
thing.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This rude fucking broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ha-ha! Well, that would have taken me a million billion years. I just never would
All of
have
his
even
co-workers were gone.
started this.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, where's the last one? Is it up at the boss's office again? Make me go back?
Oh shit, what up?
All the way up there? Oh, Stanley's computer's the last one. Oh, but I can't get there. Ah, haha, chat's so smart. Hey, Reeks, thanks for the 26 months there. You like my shirt? Oh, I like it too. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. We did it! So this has been pretty sweet. Accomplished, like, almost every single available ending. With only a slight amount of needlessly backtracking. I think the first time I played the game I did a lot more of that. Accidentally replaying scenes that I'd already seen. Push the buttons? I don't want to, I'm in heaven. I will only push purple buttons. Oops. Alright, I pushed a green one. Never mind, you're all getting pushed. Is there a purpose to this? Is this what heaven is? Just pushing buttons until the end of time? I should be trying to spell out a dirty word with a button pushing, and I'm not. Oh, but they're all spinning at different times. This is Stanley's Heaven specifically. Wasn't the bottom one like not rotating earlier? This is making me seasick. A lot of the ones that I pushed are no longer pushed. Weird time to tune in. Yeah, welcome to heaven. Well, as I said, should we restart? You can push buttons forever. Forever and ever. Ever and ever. Till end of time. Yeah, it's pretty alright.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again.
It's bucket time.
Alright, we'll do the boss thing. Or I'll try to.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Yeah, they reset
entered
before
the doors left.
before you can push all of them, goody film. I was clicking them about as quickly as
Still no one
possible.
was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So which door? Which door is it? Is it this one? Is this one where like is that the one? Did I just fuck it up? Or is it this next door?
Stepping into it.
Haha! Did I do it? Did I defeat the thing? Yeah. Well, I've done something. Because all these doors are open now. Yeah. I'm now leaving. Well, how about that? Oh, someone earlier asked about the escape pod ending. That must be what this is. It said escape pod base 7 something. Wasn't 760? So I need to walk up like some number of stairs. I probably should have paid more attention, huh? I never pay attention. Worst gamer ever. Yeah, stairs. If you walk up enough stairs, then you know you've earned it, right? They didn't want to make it a cheap. They didn't want to make it a cheap thing. Some cheap ending. The cheapness. Well, we're getting close. Getting close to 760. Escape pod launch bay. Well, wasn't that nice? Escape. Yay, I escaped. Right? Huh. Bye, Stanley Parable. Ooh. Hello, hello, hello. What's all this then? Am I setting the bucket to safety? Oh, this is so tender. I'm glad I brought bucket. Oh, bucket. Oh, bucket. If only there were room for the launch pad for both of us. But they just weren't. It's like the end of Titanic. Should I do the launch pad ending without bucket? Oh, this is still awaiting input.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
yeah, it won't let me
memo.
bring the bucket to heaven. There's no way to do it, I guess. I want to though. The best ending? No, the best ending. Oh shit! We launched the bucket. The bucket escaped. Maybe I can go join the bucket now. The best ending was definitely bird ending. It's like not even close. Bucket murder is also a good ending. That was pretty good.
Yet there was not a single
that was some
person
epic
here
shit.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase.
Wait, where was the
Stanley
launch?
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I don't remember where the launch was anymore. Was that the door leave one? I think that was the door leave one. We didn't lose the bucket. We launched the bucket to safety. The bird ending goodie film. Yeah, it's a newer one.
Stepping in.
I just want to be reunited. I want to be reunited with Bucket. Yeah, Bucket Out the Window was great. Bird Ending was great. It's kind of hard to choose between the two of them. Bucket Launch, though, was also pretty good. You haven't seen the bird one? The bird one is... well, do you want spoilers? I was just gonna like tell you how to get to it. It's not a particularly difficult one to reach. Yeah, it does feel like a horror game at points. People actually asked me that like several times throughout playing today, like if this was a horror game or not. And then I was just like, well, I mean, what are you afraid of? There are a couple creepy areas. Yeah, I can't remember how I asked my question. Where, yeah, would be if you're okay with spoilers or not okay with spoilers. Oh, it's just the nuclear code area. If you try and launch the nukes while you're holding Bucket, instead you watch bird videos and live happily ever after. It's great. It's like way happier than the Paradise ending. Or the Heaven ending or what have you. Wait, didn't I get launched? Where's Bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket's back.
Perhaps he had simply missed the
Replacement
memo.
Bucket? We got a new sign. No, it says replacement Bucket on it. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. I might be tipsy. I had like a beer and a rum drink and a half. I've been mixing my rum drinks in this like giant fucking big gulp thing though, so who knows, right? I have no idea. I don't think I'm that tipsy though. My mind has been melted in the Stanley Parable though. I think I've gotten everything that I'm going to get on this run though. Unless anyone can think of something that I haven't tried. We did the computer thing. The end is never, the end is never, the end is never. Oh, all the computers say that now. We've upgraded. Have we tried going through the red door without bucket? Oh, just the straight up red blue door? Yeah, I think so. Bucket out the window again? Yeah, sure. It's a sweet ending.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
This is the first time I've attempted crouching this whole game.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last,
We did it.
Out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunity
pretty top-tier
to do
writing.
so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No.
Said
This is the boss fight,
Not
Haywood.
since the evil
If
wizard
anything in this game is a boss
Gamhorata
fight,
first ensnared me
it's
in
this
his
scene.
machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed,
The music's so epic.
the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all
There's so much
12
blood.
emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise,
All 12
we would
emblems.
have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
And that's it. That's the bucket window ending. Still pretty good. Still pretty good the second time. Less of a twist. The end is the bucket. The end is the bucket. Yeah, I think that's it though, folks. I think that's been my Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe stream. Yeah, hopefully y'all enjoyed it. I appreciate folks hanging out, talking, sharing good times. I don't variety stream very often, so it was awesome to have folks here, have an active chat. People responding when I was asking which doors to go down and stuff. That was super fun. The next time I do a variety stream probably won't be for a long time. The several games that I'm really looking forward to are the next God of War. I streamed the last one, and I had a really good time doing it, and so I'll probably do the next one when it comes out, which should be this year, near the end of this year, I think, is when it's coming out. And then I also really want to stream Baldur's Gate 3. which is still in early access. It's been in early access for like 2 years now. And it won't be released until next year sometime. So not a ton of variety streaming, but every once in a while it's a nice little break. Nice little break-a-rooski from Magic the Gathering. Helps keep me from getting burnt out. And I wanted to like find time to play through the Ultra Deluxe version of Stanley Parable, because it was a game that I'd enjoyed the first time I played it. It'd been a minute. It was kind of cool to revisit it. Some nice bucket-related content there. Fun stream. Glad you enjoyed it, Ashikura. Am I Buckethead? Yeah, of course I am. Of course I am. Narrator's a pretty good DM. Narrator is a pretty good DM overall, yeah. The narrator... The, what was I trying to say? The, delivery from the narrator is pretty top tier. Whoever the voice actor is, they do a very good job. Anyway, cheers everyone. The Stanley Parable is now finished. GG! Is the original Stanley Parable set in the same location? It is. And you actually saw like a ton of the original Stanley Parable content in my run through to here. Some of the endings that we did were literally original Stanley Parable endings and stuff. The original content was like the memory zone, everything played through with the bucket. A lot of the bucket endings were like twists on the original endings and stuff. So it's roughly double the amount of content as the original, but it is set in the same location. It does have the same intro and that sort of what have you. Anyway, cheers everyone. Much love.